8th. All right, let's do this shit. Okay.
Women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this, then spend all your time doing that. We would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you fulfilled.
Okay. Hi, my name is Candace Owens. I am a podcaster, a mother, a wife, and also the author of the upcoming book, Make Him a Sandwich. And today I am surrounded by 20 feminists.
Okay.
My first claim is that the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's pretty bog standard for a general conservative position. I'm going to get myself a drink. I'm going to need one for this. So, in the meantime, enjoy the silence. Just give me about 10 seconds. All right, we're back. Okay, so claim 1, very bog standard. This is probably the most boring, just straightforward. Yeah, of course. This is going to be the first one that they're going to attack feminists for, and it makes kind of sense. This is the most famous feminist kind of aspect, is the sexual revolution. Now, a couple of things to remember about the sexual revolution. Devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. So let's write those out and consider those options if you're taking notes. So, devalued women made them less happy. So, sexual revolution is typically, understand these days, and when they say sexual, understand that most conservative people, and most people in general, tend to focus kind of on the meme or the very reductive understanding of the sexual revolution as we see it, primarily relating to the idea of sex and relationship aspects. So intercourse and relationships, that's what they kind of think about when they think of sexual revolution. That's like 80 to 95%. I think the 80% is actually being a bit generous to them. Probably about 90% of all claims when it comes to any conservative talking about the sexual revolution, it is always classified and categorized within the idea of sex and interpersonal relationships. So sex, marriage, or the lack thereof of marriage, abortion, basically anything to do with sex, of sexual. The interesting thing about the sexual revolution, when you actually look at it academically from the, again, looking into the history of it, and this is somewhat of a thing that I will blame even some leftists or feminists or whatever, is that they frequently, or they can frequently fall into this trap of defining sexual revolution purely in a relationship kind of basis, and they sometimes extend beyond that, but they oftentimes fall into that same kind of trap of arguing about this. Is that when you think about sexual, think about just like sex and gender, like the idea of a sexually dimorphic species implies that there are two sexes and they are dimorphic. They are separate. They are different morphologies. So sexual revolution has to do with the sex back when we were thinking along the lines of sex as in a substitute for like gender. So the revolution is not necessarily related purely to women's bodies and women and men's sexual intercourse. It has to do with how we categorized and demarked and generally boxed in certain, what we would refer to now probably as genders. So women had certain gender roles and men had certain gender roles. And more importantly, women and men had certain gender expectations and kind of rules, regulations, and forbidden areas or forbidden things. And the revolution, the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s, going into, I suppose you could see some degree of the 80s, but typically it's associated more with the 60s and 70s kind of movement, is the move to liberate, or through revolution, one gender. Because one gender was being oppressed in a very specific manner. It was receiving oppression of other ways, but one specific gender was being unnecessarily restricted to the point where, again, a revolution came about. In this case, women and women's roles. They focus all on the sex, and that's what's going to happen probably a lot with her. And she's going to focus on the fact that women are sleeping around more and they're not happy. They're not happy in the workplace. And there's going to be this rose-tinted glasses idea of what women were like back in the before the sexual revolution. But here's a couple of interesting things. One, women have always been in the workplace. The problem is that women's work was extremely restrictive and typically underpaid to the point of destitution and just not workable. Two, their roles in society were contingent upon men in their life. People seem to forget that, God, when was it? I think it was in the 70s. My memory and my history on this is going to be a little bit fuzzy because I haven't read up on this in a while, but I do believe it wasn't until the 70s that a woman could open a checking account on her own. She had to have a male cosigner, some degree, to open up a checking account. And I think that was in this, I believe, like early 70s, early mid 70s. And people are thinking, well, no, that's not, it's like, it's 100% truth for the majority of people. If you weren't super rich and again, that's going to be a big important thing, is that the lives of people is very much going to be different depending on what social class you're looking at, economic class. So again, oftentimes what happens is conservatives take this rosy pictured, middle upper class at the lowest and probably upper class rich kind of mindset of, though, women would be perfectly fine in a single household, being housewives and all this kind of stuff. Like, yes, that looked okay, even though that was still extremely restrictive and bad in its own route. But let's just take that as being good for a second. The vast majority of people didn't live that way, because the vast majority of people have always been working class, blue collar, at best low mid class or working poor, depending on where you're putting it. The vast majority of people there, and the vast majority of that means that what they don't realize is that most women and men were actually working all the time. There's this idea that the majority of people, the majority of society, had a woman, stay-at-home woman, cooking and baking, and the man comes home from the job and everything's nice and hunky-dory, and it's like some Leave It to Beaver kind of 1950s Betty Crocker shit. That's not what the vast majority of history and the vast majority of life was for the vast majority of people. Now, what it was is lots of back-breaking, hard, horrible labor work. What the sexual revolution kind of does is it starts decoupling a couple of the really weird, nasty kind of change and restrictions that were especially laid upon women. Doesn't really necessarily fix the economic problems here and there, but it does free up women from needing a man. Because again, I'm fairly certain up until like the 70s, the vast majority of banks you go to, you could not open a checking account as a woman without a male cosigner of some degree. Like, there were some exceptions here and there, but the general rule for the general public was that you couldn't open a checking account. Again, that you couldn't get loans and you couldn't sign out things. You couldn't get a credit card. I think that was one of the big ones is, I think maybe the checking account was earlier, but the credit card one, that might be what I'm thinking of. The credit card, you couldn't get a credit card. Might also be the checking account thing, but you definitely couldn't get a credit card, the earlier forms of them in the 70s without a cosigner of some kind, and it had to be a male, some kind of sibling, relative, something like that. It was a pain in the ass, along with a bunch of other really weird, nasty restrictions that were often legal, implicit in the legal system, sometimes explicitly stated in some laws, that needed to be died out. Some of them were, sometimes it wasn't even laws on the books. It was just more cultural tradition that the courts and banks and everyone just kind of followed. But there was no reason for this to be happening other than, again, just culture. So this sexual revolution comes about and opens up this field. This is one of the aspects that many conservatives, including Candace Owens, who has lived a very, very privileged life and doesn't really understand what it means to go back to that kind of state for women. Because again, she just doesn't understand that when she's living the conservative life, that's a choice she can have. Women didn't have a choice at all. That's one of the biggest issues, is that they couldn't choose to not be in there. And you might say, oh, they shouldn't make that choice because it makes them infinitely unhappy. That doesn't matter. Lots of people choose lives that make them less happy. That's their choice. They have the freedom to do so. But again, what is going to be missed probably almost exclusively by this conversation is many of the legal and social and cultural aspects that aren't related just to sex and relationships necessarily, but that were absolutely restrictive to women's rights, like actual rights, that, again, prevented them from being able to live a free life. Now, you might want to talk about cultural stuff and all that, whatever. And there could be, I can even see, to give small claim here, not necessarily to Candace Owens, because even if she comes to the right conclusion, I'm fairly sure her math is always wrong. There are some leftists out there, in certain perspectives, like kind of weird offshoots of Marxism, that would suggest that women entering the workplace was not itself 100% a rosy kind of picture, because what it did was it simply increased the labor market to be exploited by capital. It wasn't necessarily bad that women entered into the workplace. They should be allowed to enter the workplace, but the Marxists would say that because they entered into the workplace, but capitalism was still and still remains the king, the ruling ideological and economic force, their entering into the workplace is why they are less happy. It has less to do with the sexual revolution and more to do with you found yourself and you broke your chains and realized that the entire world you're still enslaved. Even if your chains are broken in one way, you're still overall materially enslaved by capitalism. But let's see the discussion here. That's a very long, roundabout way of discussing this, but that's kind of this channel. It is important to remember and going historically and also thinking the words we have here. Sexual revolution. How are you defining the sexual revolution? What characteristics do you define into there? You define it purely as a literal sex, like the act sex? Because if that's so, you're only looking at about half the concept of the sexual revolution. This is in many ways the gender revolution. And so on and so forth. But let's go. One second. Let's make sure we actually have some volume here. I think we're loud enough.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, I'm
What's your name?
Samaya.
Samaya, nice to meet you. I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you too. So my question for you is, statistics show that 60% of women who are murdered by their intimate partners, murdered by someone that
Okay. This is a problem that I do have with TikTok feminism, not to maybe put too fine of a point on here, or any kind of the quick feminism like this, is that throwing out a statistic like that, I have a feeling where she's going to go with this is, you know, sexual revolution helps untie women from men who murder them. But this is kind of a roundabout argument that will ultimately defeat itself or not be particularly useful because at best it's just kind of misanderistic. A general, like, you know, we have to free women from the evil monsters that are men. You can maybe make that argument, but then one, for the audience, it's not going to be particularly useful or anything like that, because it ultimately you're not necessarily free of the intimate partner or the family member, because as long as you engage with other people intimately, you will, that statistic doesn't disappear necessarily. I kind of understand where it's going to go, but I would much rather, and it's difficult to do, I would much rather attack the material ways in which women were suppressed pre-sexual revolution that were unique to them, that puts this into like, oh, they've devalued women. Only if you look at, again, the sexual revolution in purely in intimate terms, and even then that's not true. But and secondly, it devalued women. Like, again, prior to this, women's value was not that. Again, it was extremely limited, highly culturally and socially dependent on others and perception, and again, they could lose it quite easily. And it also just is ahistorical. This idea that women were on the pedestal, and this idea that women's value was so much higher prior to this, and now we've lost it. It's just a silly thing. I could maybe see that, but going with the intimate partner violence thing is a good talking point for a different question.
they are in close relations with. That's according to the UN from 2023.
Yeah.
So how is it that, women are so valued, quote unquote, in the home, and yet that's the place where they're at the most danger?
I could kind of, okay, so turned it around a little bit. I'm glad that she brought it into the home. A big thing I would also do is, this is separated from time. So what I would suggest to this speaker, who does an okay job, I'm glad we didn't move into some kind of weird, it's still somewhat perhaps misanderistic. We could maybe see that, or some degree of anti-man, a bit, but just to throw a bone to any conservative out there. But the thing I would suggest is, I would have wanted to emphasize, one, time is an important thing. Because again, they always want to put all things into this amorphous, past, this nostalgic past that never existed. This projected, ideologically constructed or reconstructed idea of what the past looked like. So a good thing to kind of do if you were preparing for this, so you got your statistic here, is to look up as best as you can, what did intimate violence and interpersonal violence for women look like pre the sexual revolution, as best as we can find. Again, the data on that is going to be very difficult because we didn't really care categorize it. But the big thing that we might note is, and you could, what would show is, again, if you see a decrease in general over time with this aspect, or a continuation of this, or something like that, if you see a decrease post sexual revolution, that kind of helps to suggest that this holy shit, I can't say, freeing, Jesus, emancipation, and emancipatory, jeez, there's the word. Oh boy, it's a morning. Let's take a drink. Tasty. All right. This freeing act, the revolution, did have material benefit in the decreasing, or at least the changing of violence against women. But again, and also looking at the fact that part of this, you could also say, is that we also don't know how much violence there actually was. You keep looking at this rosy tinted value here, but we weren't keeping good statistics on interpersonal and especially violence done from husbands to wives. We were not keeping good factors on that because we still operated on a much more patriarchal system that would view such violence as necessary and or the right of the husband to maintain his household. Depending on how far back you go, that sentiment gets stronger and or weaker.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with the sexual revolution.
Right, the sexual revolution.
The first claim.
The sexual revolution gave.
I'm happy to answer it. I'm just saying that,
So, Candace interrupting quite a bit here. Probably because there's, she might smell that there's a pretty clear linkage here, is that interpersonal thing, is that anything that makes such a connection not necessary by default, but something that can be chosen and or left through divorce, through simple separation, anything like that, that won't completely leave the woman financially destitute, would suggest to be a potential good thing. If you can leave an abusive partner and still maintain some degree of economic and material support by yourself without needing other people, other males in your life, that's, again, a good thing.
if you broaden that statistic, you are more likely in general just to be murdered by somebody you know. So, of course.
But men are much less likely to be murdered by,
That's.
Yep, we're going wrong. We're going wrong. Okay, so I think this might have been Candace Owens. A little bit of trick is focusing on the, you're more likely to do this. She's jumping on that point. You should not have jumped on that point. This is a mistake. Don't do this. Because now you're going to just get into this kind of weird argument about violence and how it's unavoidable, or how it's going to happen. And then when you're going to start talking about it, you're going to start sounding more and more anti-man. Even if you aren't anti-man, it's going to start sounding more anti-man. And then Candace Owens is going to have her kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the audience, showing, look at how crazy and hateful these feminists are. Look how miserable they are. I'm so much happy. Again, staying in the pocket on this one, because she danced away and now she's playing a different game, is staying in the pocket of this violence is a problem, and requiring women to essentially be tied to men, but men are not required to be tied to women, would create an imbalance, as we saw before. Again, women staying in relationships that are abusive, not because they want to keep the household happy, because who gives a shit about that household? The household is built on horrible foundation. but because she literally cannot leave. And then the kid gets involved, and now the kid and now you are going to Shanghai her into staying, not just because, oh, you can't leave your husband, that would be against Christian values and God. But now we'd also go, well, even if you don't believe in Christian values and God, now she can't leave and she shouldn't leave because if she does, she's depriving that child of material support. But that argument falls apart if you say then, hey, that material support wouldn't be contingent upon the relationship being maintained if we have equality between the sexes, i.e., sexual revolution. We value women outside of the relationship. That means that they have value. That means that they can, again, sell that value, that labor specifically, to maintain a life.
It's not
Partners.
true.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm sure, because men are less likely to be murdered by women. Full stop. Yeah, exactly. So that statistic makes sense to me. I'm still not sure how this correlates to whether or not
The sexual revolution increased women's ability to leave the house.
Thank you. All right. Again, the whole laughing, don't give her any room, because, again, the whole point of conservative ideologies like this. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give Candace Owens a fair break here, because Candace Owens is notoriously not good faith and notoriously stupid. I know that sounds mean, just kind of, she's stupid in a way that is not just ignorance, because ignorance can be fixed, and being ignorant of something is not necessarily evil. Being willfully ignorant can be somewhat problematic, but being ignorant's not a bad thing. You just don't know stuff. I'm ignorant on many issues because I just don't know. I have no knowledge of them, and I may never gain knowledge of them to any satisfaction. But Candace Owens is deliberately obtuse and stupid when it comes to certain things, because she doesn't like the 2 + 2 = 4. She doesn't like that, so she's just going to be ignorant and stupid of how the math is going to work out. Whatever the logic of this, she's going to just deliberately obfuscate and avoid, because she has her talking points, she has how they've all been connected together, and she's created her own little star chart of all these little stars, these little separate bits and points, a little point there, a little point there, a little point, point. And she's drawn a nice detailed image. And imagine if you have just 4 dots here. Boop, 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 boop. Looks like maybe it could be a square, could be an X, could be a couple of different shapes, right? And Candace Owens will only ever talk about these 4 dots, but the way she talks about them, she connects them and says, see these things right here? This dot there, dot there, dot there, dot there. That's a gigantic swan. And she draws this elaborate swan that eventually, like a connect the dots, but really crappy, it draws this giant swan. And you go, well, hold on a second. That doesn't really show much. There's not enough data points. And then she goes, well, of course there is. You're trying to deny these data points. That's not true. Again, she is going to obfuscate and be incredibly bad faith this entire time. There is literally no possibility, no realm of possibility. I hold out maybe some hope, but I am doubtful that Candace Owens will ever address a question or understand anything, and she will basically just talk around the problem with her tiny little talking points. And she's never going to, and again, here's the problem with the debate format, is that I feel like, and here's to all you Jubilee goers, people who get on these panels, you need to ask questions that are directly attacking the statement or undermining specific assumptions that you have to be pointing out. To do this, you have to assume a couple of things. Definitions, assumptions, or the direct statements themselves, and really attack this. Like, again, infinitely less happy. One, we get rid of the hyperbole, have made them less happy. Less happy than what? Again, you have self-reported happiness scales. One, you could attack the the mechanism of study right there and the values that they're implying in there. Like, oh, well, we're going to say people are happy, and here we did a study in 1950s, and we asked a bunch of women, are you happy in there? And they said yes. Well, okay. What demographics did they actually control? You can't just say, well, all demographics. Really? All the studies. Can you name one? Can you give me one of the studies of reference somewhere in here? Attack Candace Owens, because again, she has a narrative. She has a story that's been told to her. This swan, a story that she's told others. This swan that's really only built on 4 points, 4 things. Doesn't make sense. You could draw a swan based upon 4 dots, or that you would imply that there is a swan on 4 dots. But that's kind of the thing that she survives on, is that nobody really attacks the actual question. It just ends up in this weird, crappy argument of where I spout my values and beliefs, and then Candace Owens is going to spout her values and beliefs, rather than attacking, forcing them to do this. The Jordan Peterson one works pretty well, because what was great with Jordan Peterson, and in that format, is that Jordan Peterson relies on long, drawn-out narrative, along with Candace Owens, actually, these long, drawn-out narrative blurbs where they tell you a story. They tell you this mythology. They tell you this grand narrative. Always, and to every single question, the answer is always this grand narrative. And it's always this very vague feelings, gut instinct, common sense kind of. That's what undergirds this entire argumentative structure. Problem is that when you actually start, like, okay, what are some of the specifics that you can relate? Let's actually nail down the details here, rather than speaking constantly in large term abstracts. Let's look at history and data here, because we got a problem. Because again, anybody who knows history at all, remembers any of their history, remembers any of their data, has done any outside research to any degree on this stuff, more often than not, they're going to find that people like Candace Owens, other anti-intellectuals, pseudo-intellectuals like Candace Owens, Peterson. I'm probably going to have to do a video on Peter Boghossian, even though I feel like he maybe had good intentions at one point. He has fallen down the rabbit hole, it sounds like. Warren Smith, they all rely on, again, vague bullshit and stories that you've been telling. Again, they literally rely sometimes on Hollywood, as ironic as it is, for how much they hate liberals and like the liberal news media. They rely on their audience's image and understanding and what they have seen in TV shows and movies of American history, rather than what they've read, because they haven't seen it, because maybe it happened again in the 50s and they're 20, 30 years old. But they trust their eyes and their gut instinct, even though they shouldn't, because their eyes and the gut instinct, it's really based upon literal fiction. Like, their understanding of World War II isn't informed by reading the books and memoirs of people who were in there. It's not done by looking at actual battle plans. It's not done by reading history books written by people who actually looked at the history battle plans, because maybe you can't get access to that, but these other people did. It's not by reading a bunch of different books all in the same subject and seeing the kind of coherent, large-scale kind of picture. They may differ and argue and quibble about some small details here and there, but in general, what's the 70-80% of stuff that they kind of agree on, and you can get kind of a fuzzy but somewhat solid general understanding. They don't do that. That's not what anybody's understanding of the world is based on. It's based upon literally story bullshit. This is the one thing I might give Jordan Peterson some credit with, his whole narrative substrate woo-ha crap, though honestly he's just kind of taking that from Carl Jung, and kind of Freudian half-assed psychoanalytical aspect. But This is the issue here, is that Candace Owens thrives on people not really understanding anything about history. And I don't necessarily blame people for not understanding it. You got taught it in high school and you didn't pay attention because you were a young, dumb, stupid kid. And you aren't paying attention now if you are a young, dumb, stupid kid, because history is boring and stupid and teachers are stupid. And you just want to focus on robots and YouTube and games or whatever the fuck, some engineering. If you are inclined in education and or intellectualism, you're only inclined in one direction, usually some STEM direction. So you look at the social sciences as stupid, silly, whatever. I don't know. Blah, 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 I don't get it. Without realizing that your history is informed as much by history books as it is by Fast and the Furious. That's like a little bit of hyperbole there, but again, that's your understanding of history is literally guided by Hollywood crap. And Hollywood crap does what's entertaining and good for storytelling, not what's true. More often than not, history is not as cinematically interesting. People don't realize that. So when they think sexual revolution is bad, they just look at all things are bad here. And back in the day, there was the local ice cream diner, and I remember seeing this movie, how people were acting and behaving back then, and they were trying to be historically accurate. So it's probably a good assessment of this. I think about, Back to the Future, when he goes back into the past in the 1950s, and look how cool and awesome everything looked. It's like, yeah, not really what it was like, but okay. Anyway, let's go on. We're talking too much.
Ability to control their own reproductive capabilities, women's ability to, control their own capacity within the workforce in regards to their own sexual capacity. So it is the very fact that the sexual revolution happened that made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much more easy. So without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to the place where they're at the most danger. Isn't that true?
So you think that, just so I'm trying to understand your argument here, you think that if we didn't have the sexual revolution, less women or more women would be murdered? Are you saying that women are
more women would be murdered, for sure.
Okay. I disagree with that. I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are...
Why do you disagree with that? More importantly,
infinitely less happy because...
Well, it does... Again, it does relate to the actual... We'll give her full speech in a second, but it does relate to it because it's kind of a bummer getting murdered. Candace, don't know if you know this. It's kind of a bummer, or even if you're not getting murdered, getting the shit kicked out of you by your drunken husband, and then having to, again, stay in that household, because if you don't, you're out on the street trying to find another man, I guess, to take care of you. Or... because she almost certainly hates all forms of social welfare because she's a conservative. I'm fairly certain she hates almost everything about it, and it keeps us down and keeps the weak weak. They should just die off. Again, that woman wants to leave her husband. Who's going to pay? If she can't work a good job or work any kind of job other than menial things, she is either damned to extreme poverty or barely subsistent living, or she's getting a handout from welfare, which you hate. So what do you want them to be? You either want them to be able to have these things and be more happy because they're not being beaten and murdered, or what? I have a problem here. And again, she's kind of dodging and trying to pretend like this doesn't, but the question did absolutely connect. This person needed to connect it with specific wording a bit more, the opponent here. And Candace, like every other conservative bad faith arguer, is using the fact that because it was not rhetorically connected 100%, I know everyone's going to say, but it was connected. Not technically, it wasn't 100% connected. She needed to say that, women being murdered and in the intimate violence and being forced into these things, lacking of reproductive control, lacking of material control and economic control of themselves, forces them into a household that, or into situations that are miserable, awful, and thus the sexual revolution opening up jobs, opening up these kind of gendered gates, allows for women to escape these kind of ugly situations if they so choose and if they find themselves in. Thus, it would make it by necessity a fact, almost a statistical fact, or just a basic mathematical logical fact, that they will be more happy than they were before. Because all the happiness that they could have, that you align with, family, kids, stability, all that shit, can still be had by choice, but they can also choose to avoid the unhappiness that comes with a restrictive kind of place in society. Again, that needed, sadly, you need to, with like the dumbest of dumb kind of perspectives, you kind of really need to lay this out like a child laying out blocks. Because any tiny gap, these types will slither on through with a smile and laughing at you like somehow you're stupid. And then people who follow them go, yeah, that wasn't even connected at all. Even though back in their brain, everybody who's a fan of Candace Owens watching this knows, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see the leap. Like, it's a tiny step that absolutely is there. It's just, sadly, the speaker here, I forget her name, did not. They should actually have the name posted, like always. I would include that, maybe even above the little flag or something like that, so you could always see the person's name who's speaking. A little frustrating, but I digress. Let's go with Candace and see her obstruction and deliberate ignorance.
I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are infinitely less happy because of the sexual revolution, which has devalued
I think
women.
you'd probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
Oh,
Yeah. Thanks. Good. The problem is that making that comment is great right there, but again, I would love to see her forestall. Don't give Candace any room to speak, realistically. Now, she has to speak about this. And honestly, end with a question. After you make that firm statement, end with a pointed question. How is it that keeping women in such relationships, in such situations to where not all of them will result in intimate partner violence, obviously, in fact, the majority won't, but how is it that even the minority, the vast minority of relationships that end in this way, how is it that allowing women or creating a space where women can avoid those things, how could it possibly be less happiness and less overall satisfaction and less things? She might try to throw a statistic up there, but again, that's you can argue back that has nothing to do with sexual revolution, and that has more to do with capitalism or any other kind of deprivation kind of thing, whatever she's going to bring up. And again, that is a good point. I should have let it play out a little bit because she does do a good job. I'm glad you brought it around. Because, yeah, you are less happy when you're murdered. But I would really like it. People pin down these people with specific examples of the logic of their statement and then a direct question. That's kind of what tore Peterson apart, is that because he had such a short format, when he answers his questions, he can't really babble. He can't get lost too much in the semantic fog, and it's much more abrupt, and it looks less wise. You know? That's kind of what really these types, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Peterson, especially Charlie Cook. Look at any of his debates. He had a debate at, I don't know why anybody would invite Charlie Kirk, but he had a debate at, I think it was Oxford. And he got kind of torn to shit. And more importantly, even if he didn't, like, he still looks confident, whatever, his points are laid so bare and so obvious, and where he's just kind of goes, well, I just don't believe that. It's kind of like his ultimate answer is, even if they prove it out there, it kind of showed that he doesn't have an answer to any of the questions. And in fact, his answers that he's constantly bragging on about for whatever social cultural thing is are so shallow, so poorly thought out, that if you actually press on details, if you press them and then force them to actually explain out, how is it going to work? Literally, how is it going to work? Whatever your solution is, whatever your answer is, how's that going to work? They can't answer because they rely on vibes. They rely on this mystical, vague, it'll all work out, I'm sure, somehow. They rely on their audience not ever actually understanding how anything goddamn works. Most conservatives that I have ever talked to don't actually know how anything works, from a governance system, from even like a managerial system, from a bureaucratic system. They generally don't understand how it works. They don't understand why it should be this way. They can't differentiate bad bureaucracy from good bureaucracy. They don't understand separation of any kind of powers. They just don't actually understand how any of this shit works. And even conservative, like, policymakers and like conservative pundits in that get elected to Congress or whatever, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert, they don't actually know how any of this shit works. They get elected on vibes. They get elected on kind of the some kind of general resentment, but then they get in there and they don't actually know how anything works. And then they put forward bills that suggest that, again, they don't know how to administrate. I hate administration as much as the next person, especially in schools. God, I hated the administration at my college and at the university I worked at and attended. Hate them all. But I'm also not so arrogant as to assume you can't have administrative functions. As much as I might dislike the provost, or I might dislike the dean of students, or I might dislike the bean counters and accounting, I know all of them are absolutely essential, or at least a good chunk of them are essential. The way they go about doing stuff might suck, but I don't think the system should be. These people don't understand how it works, and they advocate for tearing down the system and making it simple and easy, but then not realizing that part of the reason why it got complicated is necessity. It needed to be complicated. One, to give people more freedom, we need better tools and understanding and nuance about how society functions, better write and understand laws that could give them freedom while also maintaining stability and avoiding chaos and the horrors of chaos, as Jordan Peterson might espouse. Again, this is why, again, that whole calls for small government, well, that kind of stuff, anything that conservatives are ever kind of putting forward, their platform, understand, they probably don't actually know how anything fucking works. Sorry for the F-bomb, but just don't understand how anything works. And I do not trust people who don't understand how anything works. And as a leftist, I can sometimes see there's more than a few leftist and kind of anti-capitalist, tear down the system bullshitters that talk about that sounds all really nice, but honestly, they don't know how to make a sandwich. They don't know how to make things work. You know, there are two political ideologies that are probably the dumbest ideologies in existence that I've met. I'm sure there are probably intelligent people in there, but one is libertarianism, which is all about getting rid of shit, breaking down the systems and just having people live the lives they want to, and no more government, no more any of these things interceding on them. And then on the slightly other side, anarchists. Both end up being the dumbest of all dumbs. And honestly, most conservatives these days the MAGA conservatives, the conservative pundits, they are far more libertarian and anarchist than any other conservative movement in America since its inception. They are some of the most anarchistic, libertarian brained people I've ever seen. And that's terrifying. But getting back to the point here, this is a great point by her to make sure to emphasize how her argument, how her discussion about interpersonal violence relates to this. We'll hear it again.
Revolution, which has
I think
devalued women.
you'd probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
Oh.
Anyone disagree?
Okay, yeah, I don't. Okay, okay. There is definitely a core.
Yeah, you lose that point. Great point. I'm glad we got there. The laughter's great. Maybe I'll reassess this and suggest that maybe her hiding that jab until Candace Owens has stepped into the trap, then hitting her back with it. That was good for comedic effect and works good rhetorically. I will rescind some of my criticisms of her. This is an important thing, hammer them the actual specifics, definitions of their claim, and hammer the basic logic. You have to. But good.
Correlation between personal relationships and domestic violence. And just to be clear,
Right.
if we're talking about just like a monogamous relationships, the most violent relationships that are on the books are between lesbian partners. Yes, when people are intimate,
That's not a
So, survey from 2013 shows 61% of bisexual women and 44% of lesbian women reported intimate partner violence, compared to 35% of straight women, according to Stand for Families Free of Violence. This is somewhat true. This is one of those little factoids that a lot of homophobes like to bring up, and it's annoying because it is true. But this doesn't necessarily, this argument only works for the radical kind of feminist anti-men rhetoric that suggests that women are wonderful and the world would be better if it was ran by women because they're less violent, and more importantly, the all intimacy between a man and a woman is some form of sexual violence and or is patriarchy. This only works against that form of feminist rhetoric. The problem is that nobody's bringing this up here. And again, what she needs to do is, she might do this, so hopefully she does. But what this speaker needs to do to counteract Candace Owens' bullshit here is, while this is true, the sexual revolution devalue women and made them infinitely less happy. The fact that women's value, economic value, and more importantly, societal value increased to a certain degree, or at least increased as far as opportunity and reach and choice. This actually still goes into, 61% of bisexual women and 44% of lesbian women reported intimate partner violence. Yeah. And just like with the men, what the sexual revolution did is it opened up the economic market, and it removed those restraints on women that allows women to now, the lesbian partner who's being abused can leave her wealthy sugar mama who's abusing her. We wanted to use it like that instead of sugar daddy, it'd be sugar mama, something like that. She can leave her partner who is beating her, get a job, and still be successful and fine. So this doesn't actually solve this at all. This is an aside. Oh, look, women are just as violent as men. Doesn't matter.
That is actually true.
No, the statistic you're talking about is people who have faced domestic violence. Lesbians, yes, are more likely to have faced domestic violence, but that's because they typically came from relationships with men in which they were mistreated.
Lesbian relationships are the most violent relationships that we have on the books.
And again, we found one statistic that suggested this. This isn't the, again, this tone, they are the most violent relationships. It is Candace trying to establish that homosexuality is obviously sinful and evil because look at how violent and terrible they are. They do that. She does that rhetoric quite a bit. She also engages in a lot of racist rhetoric that typically falls on that same kind of line of these certain ethnicities are savage barbarians. Look at the violence among them. It's obvious how savage and barbaric they are. She does that a lot. She did that with Cornel West in a video we covered a bit with Warren. That was also looking at Warren Smith. This is her shtick. This is her game plan. Always and forever.
Statistically, they can fact check that claim. The point being is that it's not exactly a stunning statistic to say that when people are in relationships, period, whether those relationships are homosexual, whether they're married,
you're saying that the sexual revolution.
Let me finish. I've let you try to explain how this is correlated to happiness, and I don't think it does.
Yeah, but you are rabbling very quickly, and you're gish galloping a lot of points here, and you're trying to steer this ship away from this factoid back to, again, obscurity.
I actually think you're having a different debate right now. But yes, absolutely, it makes perfect sense that you are more likely in general when you are in a relationship because people are driven by anger by people that they know, whether or not we're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, girlfriend and girlfriend.
So she's talking as much as she can so she can get more red flags to get this away from this topic. Again, what you need to do is you do need to interrupt her and just simply say, I'm not talking about this correlation of or this shit, there's a word for this but I'm missing it, but basically the statistical fact that because you're in a relationship you're more likely to be in a you're more likely to suffer from intimate violence. That's basically the logic of what Candace is saying here to try to beat back against this, is that if you are in a relationship, an intimate relationship, you're more likely to suffer intimate violence than if you aren't. But this is also, again, I brought this factoid up before, but we'll do it again. And I brought it up in a previous video. But this sounds smart if you don't think about it for about 10 seconds. Just listen to it, go, yeah, this is stupid, and then dumb feminists, and you run off on your own little stupid rant. About 95% of all shark attacks on people happen in 10 feet or less of water. Now, that statistic seems to be suggesting that 10 feet of water, it's just as dangerous as being out in the ocean, or in 20 feet. And more importantly, it might even be more dangerous. You're more at risk of getting bitten by a shark. It suggests certain things like that, like there's something about the 10 feet of water. It's more dangerous for shark attacks than the 20 foot or the 30, something like that. You start working, and when you hear that factoid, and if you don't think about it, it starts giving you a lot of these assumptions, a lot of these kind of prescriptions, and almost like these rules about life and what is safe, what is not safe when it comes to the beach and swimming in the ocean and shark attacks. And you start drawing all these things until if you stop and think about, well, where is 95% of all human activity? All human activity in the ocean is going to be occurring, about 99% of it, in 10 feet of water or less. So, of course, more shark attacks happen in 10 feet of water or less than in 100 feet or 1,000 feet around the middle of the ocean, because nobody's out there swimming. Of course. Now, you might say, well, this goes against her point. It actually doesn't go against her point. She's trying to say and suggest, well, there's intimate violence here, and you're more likely to do this. This doesn't have anything to do with valuation. She's trying to run away and probably wants to go back to, hold on, but if you aren't forced into this relationship, have the economic means to leave and avoid these things. But again, she just wants to draw up like, oh, this is the lesbian thing. That's the only thing they want to bring up. Because ultimately that same kind of factoid is just like that shark factoid. is that it seems to suggest something, some kind of meaning here, but ultimately it is actually a really dumb concept. It's not that it's not true, it's just so simple and stupid that it doesn't actually tell you that much. We go on.
Friend, a husband and a wife, a husband and a husband, or a wife and a wife. Yes, of course, the instances of domestic violence are going to take place when you're inside of a home. But the sexual revolution, encouraging women to give up their goods for free, which is what I'm speaking about.
Again, notice the weird sexism here, like the goods. What are your goods? Again, she only thinks women's value is in their sexual nature, is in their virginity, their ability to produce children. That's the only value women have, is their goods. What goods? What do you mean? Again, when you give your goods up for free, notice this, it's a weird, like it doesn't sound the same, but if you really break it down, this is the same logic of that extreme prudish 1950s awful mother or mother-like figure that is constantly judging and shutting down and destroying other women for having any degree of sexuality that doesn't 100% conform to their idea of what good sexuality is. You're a whore for giving up your goods. Listen to it again.
Sexual revolution, encouraging women to give up their goods for free, which is what I'm speaking.
Give up their goods for free. Now, I want you to really think about that. Give up their goods for free. Hold on 1 second. I got a notification here. Okay. I think we're actually good. So, again, remember, Candace Owens is absolutely lying through her teeth, doing everything she can to avoid what she's talking about. And again, she's just a nice, pretty, cleaned up image of this same kind of horrid, angry, bitter, church-going, vicious, uncharitable, anti-woman bullshit that you would see back in the 40s, 50s, 30s, 20s, going back centuries. You see that, and again, the problem is the funny thing is that you have conservative men, conservative women watching these old movies from like the 1800s or set in the 1800s, these period pieces, to where these figures are being extremely like kind of sexist and kind of awful towards other women because, oh, how dare you have sex out of wedlock, or how dare you have a child and be divorced, how dare you be a single woman, and they're all awful, and everyone identifies them as a villain, including the conservative women and conservative men. They're like, God, those uncharitable, hateful people, how dare they do this horrible thing to this character? Why are they just so mean? It's none of her goddamn business. But then you also get them talking politics. They do the same thing. Again, there is no sincerity here. It's, again, rules for thee, but not for me. And there's no coherency at all. Because I know you show them a movie like that, they'll side with the side that is more liberal, that is more feminist than the other side. And that's not just because the movie depicts it and manipulates them in that way. It's because it just makes more sense. But she's going to get red flagged out here because Candace Owens has been filibustering for quite a bit.
about and encouraging men not to marry these women or to have long-term relationships. What I am saying is not
Hold on.
encouraging women to give up their goods for free, which is what I'm speaking about, and encouraging men not to marry these women or to have long-term relationships. What I am saying
Again, encouraging men to not marry these women and give them long-term relationships.
is a direct contributor
How
to
does the
their
sexual
unhappiness, because women are giving up their goods for free and women are now entering the workplace, and that does not actually
Again, here's the problem. I'm going to be slightly sexist here. Interrupt her. Again, if you give these type of people, room, they will blather on endlessly. Like me, I like to blather. But if you give these people room, they will blather endlessly, and endlessly, telling their story, telling their narrative, not actually arguing good facts or creating a good logic, anything like that, just telling a narrative. And these people are getting frustrated and tired. If you want, you have to interrupt them. Cannot be polite. Women, stop being polite to other women, especially on this. Be mean and nasty. Women have a good time and have a much easier time, I feel like, more feminist orientated women in debates like this, from what I've seen, they have an easier time interrupting men than they do women. They have an easier time kind of engaging with that because we all laugh, and somehow, it's much more, maybe this is some weird patriarchal thing, some kind of weird socialization thing, but I feel like that there's a resistance to wanting to interrupt other women, especially if that other woman is being kind of calm, so-called calm, and nice and pleasant. Don't be nice and pleasant to them. You wouldn't be nice and pleasant to Charlie Kirk. Don't be pleasant to Candace Owens. They are the same level of horrid human being. Attack hard. You don't have to be crazy about this or mean about it, but don't let them gish gallop bullshit over you. Just interrupt and don't stop talking. Talk with a firmer, harder, projected voice, and don't stop talking. Either way, sorry, I had to
make them happy.
Okay, pause.
get something out of my
Sorry,
eye.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
All right.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you? I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you. Julian, my pronouns are they, them. It's very interesting to think of it when we just think about the gender binary. It's, how do we place value on human beings in general? And so when we think about, placing value, that comes from a place of power, right? So I think let's select like the Victorian era. You have this dominant group of people coming from white supremacy, deciding who gets to have a proper status in the world. And so that is already like taking human beings and devaluing them. And so what the sexual revolution did was to help people seek out empowerment, which increased value, no matter the gender. So when it comes to sexual revolution, let's look at one contribution is sex education. I'm actually an educator. I teach sociology and LGBTQ studies. And I have absolutely seen the positive outcome with the sexual revolution and sex education and seen people empower themselves. And with that comes safety when it comes to decreasing STI.
So this is okay. It's a bit roundabout, and rambly. A good thing also is don't immediately throw out all of your statistics, all of your stuff, kind of in a sort of gish gallop, because what then they're going to do is this is just one narrative versus another narrative. Again, hammer them on like a specific thing. So you want to do Victorian England and power, and again, the notion that these roles actually end up devaluing women because it places a specific value on them and restricts them to that value and does not allow them to be valuable in other means and other methods, ways. Thus, it restricts them to a specific value. That's an interesting argument. Go with that. Stick with that. I would probably more focus on, again, the happiness thing, because, well, either one actually works, but kind of going through all of these things and then bringing up teaching, bringing up examples. You're going to bring up anecdotal evidence, and she's going to go, well, I'm sure you've seen some of these things, but here's grand big meta narrative that can't be proven or disproven, and my story's better than yours. That's where kind of it goes. And that sucks. That sucks a lot. So stick to one good point, one or two good points, specifically attacking the statement. In this case, the sexual revolution has devalued women. I think the Victorian one is a decent one. Stick with that. Run with it.
Guys, abuse, sexual assault. Again, people get to empower themselves of all genders. And I know earlier you mentioned about violence amongst lesbians and sapphic community, which I do identify within. All genders can be subjected to violence.
That was the point I was making. So I wasn't sure of how her claim was relating to what we were talking about, whether or not it makes people happier.
Again, you need to immediately counter her right now. Interrupt her. Just jump right in and go, the point she was making and the point that I might make in regards to that is, again, you don't have to bring up the example of the shark thing, because that's my own little statistic or whatever, is that your factoid doesn't actually prove or disprove anything. The fact that you've observed that intimate violence is, you need to be intimate to have intimate violence, duh. But the point is that, you can even bring this back to the Victorian thing, is that when you impose such rigid gender roles, and more importantly, those gender roles are interdependent to a toxic degree to where your value cannot achieve any degree of value or wholeness in the eyes of society unless you have the other gender or the other relationship. That is going to necessitate, again, this would be the equivalent of, if you are forced, let's just say, again, with the shark example, if you're forced to swim in shark infested waters constantly, and those are the only waters you're allowed to swim in, shark attacks are going to increase, or they're going to be high. If you are allowed to swim in shark infested waters, but you're also allowed to swim in shallow areas, pools, ponds, other kind of things, you're going to see a decrease in shark attacks, and you're going to see, more importantly, people who might swim in the ocean, shark infested waters, they get attacked by a shark and they survive. They might then go, okay, well, I don't ever want to swim in those waters again, but I do want to swim, so I'm going to swim in a pool. I'm going to go swim in a lake, then get attacked by an alligator. Okay, well, now I'm going to swim in the pool. You have that choice. What her prescriptions, what's the Victorian era, the problem of that kind of hard, rigid gender roles that the sexual revolution was absolutely trying to destroy, and successfully did to some degree, was about getting rid of these arbitrary rules that force people to engage in something that might not be healthy for them. And it gives them, the sexual revolution gives them an ability to engage in social and certain social cultural substitutes for that action that have the same positive effect on society, or some degree positive effect on society, but works better for them. Again, that needs to be hammered immediately. Don't let her babble.
Unhappy. Relationships are obviously a ground where there can be violence.
I guess I could just wrap it up by saying, like, if we all have access to, like, sex education through...
Damn it. You're nice. You're a nice person, and you're considerate of people's emotions and feelings. That makes you a very nice and good person. Problem is that you can't be nice or considerate towards Candace Owens types. Sorry. You really can't. if Candace Owens had a button that would restrict your ability to express your gender the way you want and would force you into Victorian kind of era times, Candace Owens would press that fucking button. She just would. And then your life, as you know it, would be destroyed and you'd be put in a situation that you are incredibly unhappy and suffering from. She would press that button for everyone here. That's kind of an important thing to remember, is that her moral landscape is so radically different from what you think. Again, she has the aesthetic of somebody who's pleasant and nice and all that stuff, but her ideology, her belief system, says that you are invalid, deserve, or can be, put on the rack.
The incredible work of feminists through the sexual revolution, we are able to gain access to information and gain skills to create an equitable society, egalitarian, within our relationships, whether it be platonic or romantic. I'm so grateful for those feminists who have fought for us so we can gain those spaces and create a healthier society.
Okay, are you a believer in the
That was a nice, though, kind of thing. Again, the big thing is, I'm not sure how much it works against the argument. The problem is that she has to drop that because that's a great still right there. Sorry. That's the thumbnail right there. I don't know if I can do that, but I'll see if I can find that freeze frame again and get that thumbnail. Oh, that's a good one. Anyway. Give me a second. That's a good. Sorry, I had to do that real quick. All right. Wanted to zoom in and get that shot. All right. I'm an asshole. Anyway, the one thing that this speaker succeeded in actually is Candace Owens can't talk about that. She can't go against that because you presented such a nice kind of presentation and you presented it as nice. Is that she can't actually talk about that anymore because otherwise she'll look like, again, an overly aggressive dick.
government doing everything that it can to make people happy?
So when it comes, as someone that teaches in the public sector, I understand the concern when it comes to what is a teacher, what kind of information they're providing to the students. I do believe that we, as a teacher, I should be able to give that sort of information. Again, I teach college students. One of my claims is I believe that we should mandate sex education amongst college students. So yes, I do want the state, I would like the government to give us those resources so we can implement that curriculum.
Okay, you consider yourself a feminist, I'm assuming?
Queer feminist. There's variations, right?
What is a queer feminist as opposed to a feminist, just so I understand?
Well, so I heavily believe in queer theory. So, the gender binary that we understand, it comes from colonization.
Okay, so here's the problem right here is I understand you're excited to talk about this and kind of share information. The issue is that one, it does help. The one positive of this does help the fact that Candace Owens doesn't know what she's talking about. She only talks about vague ideas of feminism. The issue is that most people watching this, they don't understand jack shit anyway, and they're just going to immediately anti-intellectually against this person. They're not in the wrong at all. The problem is that anti-intellectualism is so strong in American society that she's going to start talking about queer feminism and kind of queer theory, and everyone's eyes is going to glaze over and go, oh, that's just some stupid nonsense that academia made up. Doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for this. Why can't we just go back to good old-fashioned math and history and World War II documentaries? And they're not going to realize that what this partly shows, what her explanation and discussion is going to show, is that she doesn't know anything about what she's talking about. Like nothing. She knows so very little about what she's talking about. She doesn't know about queer feminism. She doesn't know about the disagreements. She doesn't know the history. She doesn't know the ideology. She doesn't know anything about the ideology that she rails against. Know anything. All she knows is some general memed like kind of existence, this meme of feminism, this little shibboleth, this totem that she has created that has nothing to do with reality.
So, as someone who is mixed race, family from Mexico, we have the Moshes in Mexico, which is an indigenous tribe. They believed in gender fluidity. And then you have European colonizers coming who dismantle that. And now everything that we understand when it comes to gender is a Western lens. So from a
So
queer,
you don't even think women exist, I'm guessing.
I think everyone should be empowered to figure out their identity.
Notice again, she wants to go at that because she wants to make it sound ridiculous because she's using the substitute women and sex and gender are being mixed together. This is why you don't go on this rant. It's because sadly she is too stupid and the audience is too ignorant to actually know any valuation, be able to evaluate this conversation at all. They just don't know enough. That's not being mean. I'm not saying necessarily the rest of the world is stupid, even though fair amount of stupidity. What I'm saying is that, again, this is like, to put an example, this is the issue with like Eric Weinstein. Whenever he's arguing about his universal theory bullshit, whatever, he starts bringing up these cosine of 7 blah blah bobbity bops and beepity boops and all this random terminology from that's vaguely related to quantum mechanics. The issue is that to the layperson, it sounds really, really smart. Oh, wow, he's bringing up all these different concepts or whatever. That sounds like maybe he knows what he's talking about. Okay, all right. Because they're orientated to it because he's anti-science, he's anti big government, kind of big academia, and universities are just all stupids. And this guy's a big genius guy, big brain genius guy. The issue is that to anybody who actually does understand those terminologies, who does understand the theories he's talking about, he sounds like a cranky nut job dumbass. He just sounds stupid or nonsensical. What he's saying, it doesn't work. Half the time doesn't actually work or doesn't make any sense or is completely and utterly irrelevant to the thing he wanted to argue about. The issue is that the layperson just doesn't have enough information to know, which is why her question right here, everyone's going to go, yeah, that's a good question. How you respond is, yeah, like, do you not believe like sex exists, you crazy person? And they still don't understand this gender sex distinction. So this just ends up being in a really ugly. But let's continue.
And explore the language that best describes themselves. So freedom, America, right? America, freedom. And I want to believe in that when it comes to identity. Right. Everyone should have the freedom to decide how they want to identify.
Again, now we're talking about identity and stuff like that. I really, you need to tie this back to devaluation and less happy. This needs to happen as quickly as possible. Because everyone's eyes have glazed over. She's disconnected. The audience is trying to disconnect because they're stupid. And again, she doesn't really have much of responses because she is genuinely really dumb when it comes to this matter. She has not read or engaged with any of this because she doesn't care to engage with it. She just wants to talk shit about it from a distance. The second she's confronted with this, she's just going to be silent and look kind of confused. And the audience, not understanding, is going to side with her because they're confused.
As long as they're not causing harm, but that's where we get into the debate, what is harm?
So just, again, to be clear, to go back to this claim, we are debating female happiness. Mm-hmm. You are saying you do not identify as a female.
I identify with all gender expressions, so from masculinity to femininity.
I wouldn't have let her get away with that. She said female, not women. More importantly, that's actually not what you're arguing. You already said devalued women, not females. Now, if to you that's interchangeable, but we should be picking up on that. And again, that's the issue, Zed. You needed to tie this back. I could see the connection and the leap, but I do this for a living. You need to make it very, very dumb. 1 + 1 = 2 connection. Because again, she's just going to go, oh, nothing you said addresses what my argument is. Problem is that a fair bit of her argument does actually address certain assumptions and ideas implicit in her statement, but they're not 100% there.
So I'm just saying, are you just saying that as a part of queer theory, you're debating whether or not women are happier after the sexual revolution? I'm just trying to understand, because it seems like you're debating queer theory as opposed to female.
I believe
being
all
happy.
genders benefit from the sexual revolution.
You've been voted out.
Again, yeah, sadly kind of rambled off, and again, you need to tie it back. You can't let Candace Owens likes to pull this good old fashioned common sense values like that. I'm just a southern lawyer and I'm no big city lawyer, but I'll think she does that kind of same routine. It obviously doesn't have the southern culture context or anything like that, but she does that kind of same theme to where like, oh, I'm not some big city smarter pants thing. I just use the basic knowledge and common sense that God gave me. But it seems to me, and that really appeals to a lot of people who only have that level of understanding of the world, is whatever they see and experience, and that's it.
By the majority, please return to your seat.
All right. So this is going to take me hours to get through, by the way. I'm sorry. Let's see who comes up. We have 10 more minutes on this dumbass claim. Hopefully somebody, like the first person attacked it quite a decent amount, but Candace Owens just pretends like that didn't happen. The second one got a little lost in the sauce. Let's see what the third one does.
Hello.
I'm Zena.
Zena, very much like your name.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Can we start with the beginning? Do you identify?
Zena, is that the same? Was she the same person who was in the Jordan Peterson? Kind of looks familiar, and the name sounds familiar. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe
As a female.
I identify as a woman, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
a nice little jab at the previous talker. I feel like that's pretty bad faith, but okay.
So I do want to like get back to your premise. You're saying that women have been devalued, right, by the sexual revolution. This like kind of presumes two things. One, that
I'm pretty sure this was the person who had a pretty good comment, pretty good back and forth discussion, and actually managed to hammer effectively Peterson on a couple of things. So good for her. Let's go back and give her plenty of room to speak.
by the sexual revolution. This like kind of presumes two things. One, that there has been a loss of worth, right, for women. So you're saying that women have, as human beings, lost worth. Women who, prior to their sexual revolution, were worth more than women today.
I would say.
Good. Yes. 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 I do love Xena. She does good work like this, and she does really focus on the very aspects of that, kind of the core assumptions. First assumption, devalued women implies that a change. There was a value before, and then there was a value after. Love that.
Say that, yes, women have devalued themselves by becoming overtly
According to
sexual. That's my claim. So
Yeah, but yeah, that's a good thing. According to, or like, I think you probably go with there, but like, notice how she doesn't add anything. She just literally restates it. Yes, congratulations. But part of that question is, we could obviously see a good faith interlocutor, a good faith discusser would go, okay, well, I need to probably start talking about the value before, the value after in specifics. Candace Owens can't do that, or won't do that. She will try to avoid it as much as possible. And then when she does, she'll bring up probably a pretty terrible example that can be picked apart, because again, it's all based on feels and gut instinct. That's 90% of the ideology. It has no actual logical foundation or even historical foundation for the most part. It is based purely upon projection and
I mean, also according to just, and let's not remove this from the other part of the claim, which is that it has made women infinitely less happy.
oh, those are two. No, we can't remove them. We actually can remove it because that's what we do. We look at both aspects on their own, then we look at how they interact with each other.
Right. So are you saying, but you're saying that according to you, women have been devalued?
Not according to me. According to the time in which people are getting married, how difficult it is for people to find a partner that's willing to commit to them. And I think that's in large part due to the fact that women are offering sex.
How? Okay, so she's bringing up people are marrying later and not marrying as much. And that what marriage is the valuation? What? Again, notice how this, when you actually going to start breaking into this, you realize it's going to get kind of weird. Is that the only measure of value is being married? That's the only measure of value is being married. That's a weird one.
For free, because it was a major component of the sexual revolution was this idea of offering sex for a partner that's willing to commit to them. And I think that's in large part due to the fact that women are offering sex for free because it.
Again, sex for free. Notice this again. Sex for free. Why does sex have to cost something? More importantly, are women offering sex for free? Is it just the fact that any man walking down the street sees a random woman, just pulls up to her like a gas station, bends her over, and she's in the middle of a conversation? She doesn't even say anything. She just continues the conversation with her friends until the man is finished. Then he pulls up his pants and continues on his way. Notice again, she says free, but like that's what free is. That's what free is. So if it's not free, then you might say, oh, well, it's for less. Okay, but again, notice she just says the same shit she said before. Oh, they're giving it up for free. They're not giving it up for free. You may have said that sexual revolution devalued sex. Maybe you could say that, but again, what do you mean by value here? De-emphasized. Again, what they end up devaluing is they didn't devalue sex. What they devalued is they devalued the things that we tacked on to any sex, like marriage or something like that. If you wanted to say they devalued sexual revolution, devalued marriage, maybe you could make that argument because marriage's value, or a good part of marriage's value, was a consequence of you can't have sex unless you're married. Sex out of wedlock, sin, all that bad stuff. So thus, if you want to have sex, you have to get married. Therefore, marriage has this valuation that includes all of the positives that come with sex. Because you have to be married to have sex. You can maybe make that argument. But again, devalued women, again, it's just trying to make this sound less standard Bible thumping crap.
Was a major component of the sexual revolution was this idea.
So a woman's worth is tied to her sexuality.
It's not tied to, well, absolutely. If you're going to be having multiple partners, you are going to be devaluing yourself.
You're worth.
If you can have multiple partners, you're going to be devaluing yourself. But why? Like, again, let's just imagine you have sex and then you get married and you have a great marriage. Is the person who had sex with 2 people, or let's just say 10 people, had 10 boyfriends over, say, 10, 15 years, and then meets one, the 10th one or the 11th one, has sex with them, gets married, has 2 kids, white picket fence, lives a great, wonderful life. Is that person's life and existence, marriage, or the results of what they did, their children, their house, their social and cultural influence, is that less than the person who had sex once and then married that person, then had kids from more sexual intercourse. Is that less value, more value? Why? Again, if it is, you got to give me some calculation. Explain to me why and how it is. More importantly, is it like a time thing? If you're saying like, oh, well, they delayed their marriage and thus they delayed their child rearing years, it sounds kind of silly and stupid, but okay, well then, what if a woman has sex with one person and gets married 20 years later? They just have sex once with that person, and they used to have a boyfriend, and that boyfriend, that's the one boyfriend, they only had sex the one time with that boyfriend. And then 10 years later, they get married. They only had sex the one time. Is that less valuable or more valuable than, say, a woman who turns 18 and just goes girls gone wild shit and just has 20 sexual partners within a 6-month period, and then gets one person, marries them, and lives a good Christian life and has children immediately, and just lives that stay-at-home wonderful life that you seem to think is perfect? Which one's more valuable? Notice again, she's putting on this like, oh, they're giving sex away for free. The sex. Okay, but it's not, the sex isn't valuable or not valuable. What are you talking about here, Candace? This is, again, because this is, and you might say, oh, well, I can imagine why. I can imagine other things that might relate to consequences of sex that lead to her argument here. But the problem is that her focus and hang up is all on basically just wanting to call all of these sexually liberated women who have sex and boyfriends and who live the lives they want to live, wants to call them whores. She just has this repulsion to them based upon her very conservative Christian kind of values, and she just wants to hate them for that choice, but she doesn't really have any good reason to do it. So she has to manufacture this story in her head of why and how what these people do is bad.
The sexual revolution was this idea.
So a woman's worth is tied to her sexuality.
It's not tied to, well, absolutely. If you're going to be having multiple partners, you are going to be devaluing yourself.
You're worth less as a human being.
Not as a human being, just,
Then worth less what? Devalued women. Again, you didn't say devalued women in the workplace or in the market. More importantly, what if I don't give a shit about my value in relationship, in that relationship economy? What if I don't care? What if I think there are more important things than my value in relationship economy? But then you say, oh, and it's made them infinitely less happy. Now, again, they're only happy if they're engaging in this specific form of relationship economy and doing it exactly the way you think it needs to be happening. Notice how this actually starts falling apart. Again, I think it's Xena here is doing a good job kind of just through those clear, specific questions, letting Candace Owens kind of, she's giving her rope, and Candace Owens is really stringing herself up. She's tying herself in knots with this, because she's actually revealing the emptiness, the general bigotry, ugliness, and weird, prudish nature that is underlying her statement here. She wants her statement to sound more kind of like, well, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just looking at the statistics, and overall women are just unhappy in these relationships and not valued. But start breaking it down, it don't sound so good.
Devaluing yourself.
You're worth less as a human being.
Not as a human being, just, in terms of trying to have a partnership and a productive relationship. Certainly men are not going to be clamoring to have a relationship with somebody.
Oh, well, and just for relationship dynamics. Okay, but they're still valuable as a human being. But notice this is not going to work, because I know and it's probably going to be her second claim. Maybe it's her third claim. I don't know. But Candace Owens and people like her have absolutely said society's going to hell in a handbasket because we're not getting married enough and it's all terrible. So her first claim here, even if you somehow trying to say, well, she's being reasonable. She's saying it's not that you're less valuable as a human being, just saying that you're less valuable on the marketplace. So yes, you'll have a perfectly full, fulfilled life, maybe to some degree, but it is going to make you less happy because you can't participate in this economic system because you've devalued yourself. But that doesn't mean that you lose your rights or we somehow look down upon you or you lose value as a human being. But Candace Owens and many others like her, especially Christian nationalists and very traditionalist, dogmatic Christian, and the conservative right, absolutely have made arguments about how the lack of marriage and the breakdown of marriage has led to a destruction of society by these evil and twisted liberal feminist crazy radicals who are absolutely destroying society and turning us from our godly selves into a Sodom and Gomorrah kind of evil thing. It is devaluing us as people. Have made arguments like that. So this little Mott and Bailey bait and switch bullshit doesn't work because part and parcel, again, your ideology says that the devaluation of marriage, valuation of this, is a moral evil that must be destroyed. You can't just say, oh, that's not devaluing them as a person, because it does, because you value them, people as a person. At least part of the evaluation is how well they're doing in the relationship marketplace and how they are conducting themselves there. So it does devalue people as a whole, or lying.
Partnership in a productive relationship, certainly men are not going to be clamoring to have a relationship with somebody when there's the market is throwing them.
A man's
What, men aren't going to be clamoring? Why is it their fucking choice? I mean, or more importantly, why are we only putting it on them, putting the impetus on them or the emphasis on them? They can choose, and you know what? Here's the thing. If I like eating fruits and vegetables, and then I go to the marketplace and they're selling fruits and vegetables, but not the variety I like, I either go to a different marketplace or I try something different. Instead of buying a radish, I'll buy a zucchini. Instead of buying a zucchini or a radish, I'll buy a potato or an apple or a banana or a kiwi or any other goddamn thing. And again, they have the right to sell what they want. If you want to put in this, is they have the right to sell whatever they want, the women, and the men have the right to buy whatever they want. Oh, but they're not buying anything that the women are selling. Okay. If women are fine with the reduction in sales, okay. That's it. That's marketplace. Oh, but it's leading to the destruction of society. We need to force this marketplace. Okay. Women are selling. You have the right to sell what you want to sell. Men, expand your tastes. Don't just eat steak and potatoes all day, every day. Maybe eat a lentil. I don't know. Try something different. Unless you want to force people to produce exactly what you want, produce this. Then also now women are subservient to men's desires and wants. They're as subservient as they want to be, just like men are. Are we going to put this on men? No more fat guys, because women may not necessarily like fat guys. So you all got to be fit. You all got to be Chris Helmsworth looking motherfuckers. You know, them Chris Pratts, chiseled jaw. And if we're not that way, well, you better get surgery, because you're not allowed to sell your goods on the marketplace unless they conform to our exact ideologically perfect, the best case scenario. This will result in the best results. We're 100% certain on this. You're not allowed to sell it unless you fit and conform to this specific particular economics. Notice how when you start thinking about this, it starts sounding really ugly and weird, and you're like, you know what? I feel like maybe people should just kind of be able to do kind of what they want to do, and we maybe suggest or we can show them certain positives about things that we know that result in positive results for societies. We can encourage marriage to a certain degree, but ultimately, I don't know. Anything more than that, especially for a conservative who absolutely is small government, this is weird.
Response to your actions is what defines your worth, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I would say that I would.
Ooh, that's a good one.
When there's the market is throwing them.
A man's response to your actions is what defines your worth.
Ah, yes, good. Yes. Ah, that's good. I like Xena. I don't know if she does this for like TikTok or for a living or whatever, but if she does, go find her, give her a follow, whatever, because that's good. She does it nice and simply. I was explaining it a long, drawn out kind of thing because that's kind of the way I do it. But yeah, in the debate, the thing you need to focus on is getting that nice, quick little comment. And again, that ultimately is that my market value is determined, I guess, by people who are buying it. So a woman's value is determined by men. And watch this again.
The market is throwing them.
A man's response to your actions is what defines your worth, right?
So a man's response to your actions is what defines your worth. Notice again, Candace Owens is going to stutter a little bit because that's a difficult one to deal with. Because your worth, you don't have intrinsic worth or anything. It is purely upon somebody else. Notice how depowering this feels and devaluing for women, where you don't have any intrinsic value. Your value is only in how a man, specifically a man, perceives you. Now we're going to have a problem here. Let's see how we develop it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I would say that I would argue that what makes women act.
She wants to kind of say yes, but she also knows that one, it's not really true true in the sense of this leads to a good moral aspect. She knows this is filled with problems, not just for liberal women, not just for feminists, not just for people who might disagree with her. This is a problem even for conservative women, is that, oh, by the way, your value is only in how your husband and or the males who might want to have sex with you, how they value you, at least as a woman and at least as sexuality. Even conservative women are going to be thinking, well, hold on a second here. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. I'm okay with parts of that, but I'm not sure I'm immediately okay with that because I also value myself and my own sexuality as a thing even separate. Like when I put on a nice dress, even though I love the way my husband looks at me and it values me and all that good stuff. So I could see how this is kind of true. But I also, when I look at myself in the mirror or when I see myself looking good to a person, I appreciate myself. So my value isn't always 100% dedicated to male attention. And I also can go out and just be with the ladies, the girls, and the girls can say, oh, you look great. And that's also good too. So I'm not sure if it is 100%. Maybe it's your only value is from other people's responses to you. But notice again, that feels depowering. It feels like a devaluation or such a limited valuation that it only is in response to there. And again, it's kind of getting in the weeds a little bit, but the philosophy that undercurts this is really kind of twisting itself in knots. Let's go back just a little bit.
I would say that I would argue that what makes women actually happy is family. So
again, notice we dodged that we're kind of dodging that entirely, but all right.
If you're interrupting, so just to connect the dots for you,
again, the only thing that makes women happy is family. Again, family is a great thing. You know, it's a great thing, and it's a great thing that can add lots of happiness to your existence in life, but not the only thing. There are many, many things, and maybe a really big, important one, obviously, but it's not the only thing. And again, if a woman doesn't have children, she has not attained her true value. Is that where we're going with this? Is that where we're at? If you don't have children, you are just statistically, you have devalued yourself.
Happy is family. So if you're interrupting,
That's not what also, like, again, children can bring happiness, family can be, but like, again, there's a lot of ways that can be sustained without this strange sex-obsessed restriction kind of ideology.
so just to connect the dots for you, when women are having sex with multiple partners, it devalues them for men, right?
For men.
Again, no, so she doesn't really actually elaborate any more than her almost childlike, when women have more sex with men, it devalues them in the eyes of men. But this is also somewhat really kind of contradictory and problematic in the sense that, well, if that was true, then a man having sex with a woman, why would he do that? Because that's just going to devalue her in his eyes. Even if he's just the one, just like that, like no matter what, it's like, oh, what's your body count? It's a 2. Well, when you have sex with me, it'll be a 3. Do I really want to be with a 3 woman? No, I guess I'll just never have sex with women. I'll never have sex at all. I guess because it's kind of like the collector who collects the toys but never opens them up. You know, you open up and, you know, the toy, once it leaves its box, it loses tons of value. So you're never going to open up that toy box. You're never going to open up that Buzz Lightyear, that collectible Buzz Lightyear toy, because it's in sealed packaging. Can't open it up. Well, I mean, everybody has their needs, and, you know, it's going to happen a little bit. Okay, then why can't it happen with women? Why can't women do it a little bit? Like, where's this line? At what point are women statistically devalued with sexual encounters? And more importantly, are men? Why aren't men being devalued with sexual encounters? Why don't you focus on this? Why don't you say has devalued? Why is it only against women? I don't know.
Yes. So
Men define a woman's worth.
well, I would say both of them kind of define one another's worth because
No, they don't. They can't. In that structure, they actually can't define their worth. Again, women cannot define their worth in this structure. It is only, again, this is even like if you look at it from like a Marketplace 101, is that they can't, unless they do other advertisements or other things, ultimately, the value of a market object is dictated by how much the audience is willing to pay for it. Now, you can manipulate these things. You can do advertisement. You can buy things that around it and buy people who can then advertise and give a special emphasis to this. But ultimately, the dictator of the market price of a thing is the person who is buying it. You can put all your value, you can put as much as you want as far as advertisement, talking it up. You know, the people who are selling the product can do everything in their power to try to make the product cost X. But if people are only willing to pay Y, then either the product will go down in price to match that, and then they'll try to raise it up as much as they can through manipulation or whatever, or the product will not sell and it'll go bust. There's plenty of examples out there of lots of companies trying to sell this amazing almost all of Trump's ventures in real estate and or like Trump steaks or anything like that, tries to sell these things that are priced exorbitantly high, and they try to make it sound like it's the best thing since sliced bread and it's amazing or whatever. People don't buy it because they're not convinced by its value. And even if they are, it's just ultimately the value is that the seller is putting on it is greater than the value that the buyer is putting onto it. So the buyer doesn't buy it, and then the seller stops selling the product. Trump steaks are not a thing anymore. They were for a while. Now they're not. Why? So again, fundamentally, at the end of the day, the price, the valuation, all of the effort of all of the seller is constantly focused and determined by the buyer and what the buyer is willing to do. There's manipulation you can put in here ultimately, but from a fundamental level, like a philosophical atomization down to its finest little tune thing, is that unless the buyer needs it, and even then, if the buyer needs it, like unless you have a perfect monopoly on this thing, meaning that it's a necessity and you have a monopoly on it, that's the only time the seller can dictate it, is restriction of supply of any degree. So you can restrict the supply, and that can help kind of manipulate and create the value to a certain extent. But ultimately, fundamentally, the buyer is the one buying the product. They're the one who ultimately is giving the value of this. Everything else is smoke and mirrors to manipulate or create situations that can give greater control to the seller for the overall price of the thing. But again, that requires a severe degree of control. That requires a great deal of control. That requires a great deal of monopolistic kind of control.
When women are having sex with multiple partners, it devalues them for men, right?
For men. So,
yes. So
men define a woman's worth.
Well, I would say both of them kind of define one another's worth, because I think the ultimate goal for people to be happy is actually family.
No, so again, that doesn't do anything. I think they both define their value because the ultimate goal is family. That has nothing to do with valuation. They're not defining. That's not how the value is being defined. That's not working at all. That doesn't work in the matrix at all. That's way downstream from where we're at.
Okay, so you're saying
Not
in all cases, a woman is going to be more fulfilled in regards to family. Like
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And this is going to work in all cases. So you're saying there's no individual case in which a woman can feel, fulfilled without being tied to other people in the case of family.
I think there could be an exceptional case for everything. I think there are exceptional cases, but I think that if we all start trying to be the exception as opposed to recognizing the rule, which is that people in life.
Yeah, there's conflicting research on this one. Peer research found that a higher percentage of adults want a career or close friends to be fulfilled compared to kids or marriage, while the Institute of Family Studies found married men and women are happier than their unmarried counterparts, largely because they have a family support system. That's an interesting thing, because notice again, she says family. Here's a subtle little secret that they don't tell you about in a lot of this research. I'm going to bring up a specific example to broaden it out to what we end up looking at when it comes to family studies. Is there used to be this, I think it's Al Franken. I believe he was a representative, a senator, I believe, before he stepped down due to some controversy. But he was a Democratic senator, and he had this great little debate with a conservative Christian dude who was trying to make arguments that, same-sex marriage is bad and harmful. And this guy had brought forth research that suggested that the nuclear family is the most stable form of family around, and this is why allowing gay individuals to adopt is wrong and bad and harmful and leads to bad blah 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 things. Al Franken, in a fairly famous little, he's the guy's giving testimony to Congress, and he's questioning him, brings up that study and other studies like it, and he talks, ask them, do you know how they define a nuclear family, or in this case, like the nuclear family in these studies, how it was defined? What characteristics constitute a nuclear family? And the guy goes, well, like, a man and woman and children. Al Franken responds, no, that's just 100% wrong. So let's look at the actual definition. A nuclear family, typically, again, this definition can sometimes change, but in most social sciences that I've read, a nuclear family, or the nuclear style family, or the traditional family, whatever you would do, sometimes they use different words for the same thing, is frequently defined as a family wherein there are two parents and a child in a household, and with one or both having full-time employment. That sometimes is added or subtracted, but that's the definition. So as long as there's two parents, or essentially two parental figures of adult age in the household caring for the child, and there is one of them, one or both, are working part or full-time to have a certain amount of funds coming in, that's all that a nuclear family is. So when they found research that suggests nuclear families provide the best life advantages for children growing up and blah, 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 included in there is all forms of family, including lesbian, any forms of homosexual families, whether it's two men, two women, whether it is a woman and an aunt or something like that. So how this relates to what Candace Owens is saying is that oftentimes what this study is finding, with these studies that suggest that people are happily, women and men are happy when they have family systems or whatever. The family system, the definition of family, is important, because if you have a close network of friends, and you have a supportive sister, brother, or you're close with your parents, and you have that strong family support system that is supportive not just emotionally, but also perhaps some degree of financially, even if you aren't using the financial support, just knowing that, again, much like Candace Owens, she's probably pretty happy, but part of the reason she might have been happy is not necessarily because she was always living a perfect Christian life, but because her family is wealthy enough that she has a knowledge that even when she hits trouble spots economically, or even if she doesn't hit them, I don't know if she's ever hit them, I kind of doubt it, but they're off in the distance, and this could be difficult. I lose my job, it might be kind of difficult to pay rent for these next couple of months. But if you have a family system, a support system that supports you basically unconditionally, that takes a lot of stress off your life. That makes you pretty happy. That allows you to focus on happier things. That allows you to focus on more positive, life-affirming things because you have a support system. And that's oftentimes what is being found in here. Is it's not necessarily the fact that the man is married to a woman and they have an intimate relationship and like that. It's more the fact that they have a relationship with another person, male or female, that fulfills their emotional needs and perhaps even physical needs, and that it has some degree of material or economic support beyond the emotional support that gives them a sense of feeling of contentment and satisfaction and happiness. Sexual revolution has done none of that, has damaged none of that. It had almost no real effect on any of those things. And if it did have some effect on there, I sure as shit am not seeing it in your argument. Your argument is at best very, very cloudy. At worst, just outright nonsensical. So again, you bring this up. What is actually being looked at? What is the factor that's causing the happiness there? Is it the heterosexual relationship that is marriage, or is it simply having a relationship of any kind that has some degree of stability and support system?
life are more fulfilled when they achieve a family unit and when they have children, women in particular, especially aspiring to children, then you are going to end up with a bunch of people who are unhappy.
And again, this is also self-reported, and more often than not, again, you have such a life-changing kind of event like having a child, and you can't really get rid of it, and it's going to be there for the rest of your existence. There's a bit of sunk cost fallacy that can happen here, is that you might value it even more so, not necessarily because it has created value in your life or you feel happier about it, but because if you didn't, that kind of sucks. Like, you've dedicated so much of your life and time and existence to this thing, and it didn't produce amazing results. That's taking a very negative view here, but again, these are self-reported things, which are fine enough, I guess, but you're also, I have no doubt that if we were to bring up that the gender theory sociologist teacher and talking about transgender self-reporting of happiness and blah blah blah, you're going to throw that aside and go, well, those are just self-reported. They've done so much to themselves that they have to report that they're happy, because otherwise they would feel terrible and stupid for engaging in such bullshit for so long. You notice how there's no consistency in here. I may be projecting and putting words in her mouth, but I don't think I am, because I'm fairly certain she has said many things that are exactly like that. It's not the first time I've run across Candace Owens, and you all know it. In your heart of hearts, that's exactly what she would say, or something akin to that. You would immediately throw aside. But then when we take anecdotal, self-reported evidence of women and men being happier because they have kids, also now that is a fundamental truth, and we must respect it. Both can be valuable and true.
Happy because your job cannot replace the feeling of having a family.
So what you're saying is we need to look at every individual case and see what is going to fulfill you, or what is going to, I guess, essentially predict your happiness more. Because if we look at, for example, the Nordic countries, right? These are countries, I'm talking about like Sweden, Denmark, right? These countries tend to be like, I think in the past 14 years, they've been ranked as the highest in happiness and marital satisfaction from women, right? And we see that they also have been the most open in regards to, like, you know.
Yeah. As it shows here, this correlates to my general knowledge as well. Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, a lot of these Nordic countries are pretty happy. Again, mostly because, again, economic support there is pretty decent. They're relatively safe countries. Just across the board, they have a lot of material support in those countries, and that makes people tend to be a bit happier. They don't have all the stress of everything else.
You know, sexual norms and you know, sexual roles, right? So, and we also see that there's less rates of like STDs reported. We see more, and that's also due to comprehensive.
Oh, what now? Did we crash?
Sex education that's pushed in those countries. So we see that and that's like a direct result of the sexual revolution, right? So when we're seeing.
So yeah, sexual revolution, sex education becomes more norm, and we see sex education being implemented in Nordic countries. That leads to less STIs and various other things. This is objectively good. Sexual revolution in America has tried to push these things, and we've gotten some movement on there. But again, people like you are constantly fighting against this. Ergo, again, you're saying it devalued women, made them less happy. Women who have STIs are not as happy as women who don't have them. And it leads to more suffering. Unnecessary suffering. Okay. So, we have issues here. Again, she's bringing up a lot of stuff to where these countries do not live according to your particular mathematical formula for creating the perfect or happier, better, more valued life. And yet they report infinitely higher levels of satisfaction, happiness, and whatever. And they are not as traditional as you want the world to be. So How do you explain this?
Direct reports of happiness, right? We don't have these same rates in America. In these countries that are more sexually open, why would we see like those rates in those type of countries?
So I think you might be referring to this sort of mass-produced study that was a part of like a behavioral science study, which said that women were the happiest women in the world were women that were actually unmarried and had careers. No, okay. Well, there was.
Yeah, no, that's like, yeah, you found one report that you're gonna, that some conservative media probably looked at and tried to debunk and throw some bullshit out there. It's like, no, I'm sorry, this has been shown time and time and time again with dozens of different studies looking at it, both looking at it directly and indirectly.
Happiness.
Okay, sure. I'm talking about the same thing. It was reported happiness, but it could be a different. There's tons of studies. The point being is that in 2023, there was this massive scandal where they recognized that a lot of these studies that were being produced, behavior.
Again, conspiracy theory, and again, Francesca Gino for fraud. She was accused of data manipulation in 4 papers published from 2012 to 2020. Now, again, she's not going to tell you what data was actually manipulated. She's not going to tell you how this was done in any specific manner. She's not even going to tell you, like, whether or not these are actually legitimate. Again, they probably are. Again, people commit scandals and twist data all the time. And you might suggest, well, this might completely dismantle the study. Does it? Again, is she actually going to show that? More importantly, what data, what papers were manipulated? More importantly, you could absolutely have the case to where somebody does a study, finds X evidence. Another person does a study, finds X evidence, and so on and so forth. And then you have one person who does a study, because of the study and the way this person designed it, it sucks and it doesn't produce X results. It produces nonsense. But they want to publish the paper. And they can't publish nonsense, so they twist and manipulate the data until it looks like X, because that's what other studies have produced, and it will probably pass muster and will it'll look right on first pass. But that doesn't mean that X is also invalidated, that all the other research, just because there was one fraud who did it, doesn't mean that every single other study that has ever shown this is fraudulent or suspect. More importantly, here's the other thing that you often miss, that they miss, is that who caught them? Was it these critical, super logical conservatives who were trying to save the world? Or was it other probably liberal academics who found certain issues with the research? It could even be conservative, but then she's also, all right, she's investigated, suspended without pay. By which university? Catholic university? Or was this a liberal university? So again, they're always trying to point out these people are terrible or whatever, but it's like, yeah, but the people who are investigating them, the people who are punishing them, the people who are proving that these things are wrong, actually end up being the liberal system that you guys all think is in on it, hiding it. That's the difference. Trump people hide his bullshit. We don't. We don't hide our bullshit. The second we find it, we usually are the ones who actually do the legwork to expose it and show it in a real sense, not just YouTube bullshit videos like this one right here, but we actually go through the actual system process of eliminating and or finding issues, and then we go through that. You guys don't. Candace Owens doesn't.
Real science was proven to be a complete fraud, and they were unable to reproduce these studies, and they also found that the data had been faked.
Again, all the data faked, all this is bad, blah, 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 blah. Again, that can be kind of true, but it was like, okay, that's one paper, one thing. Is it all of the evidence? That's one thing that was proven faked by one person. Then the next thing we would kind of go is, okay, the way she's selling this, she's trying to sell this as, we found this one thing and it completely disproves the entire field and the entire point. Does it? Does it really, Candace? Or does it just prove that this one person in this one particular study is suspect and or should be disavowed. Again, they always try to bring out the one bad example, one bad apple, to throw out the entire thing.
The data that we can look at that I think shows, and you can let me know if you agree with this, if women, and under the imagination of the feminist umbrella, were really unhappy when they were in the home, and then entering the workforce has made women happier and infinitely feeling more.
So again, this honestly might be where I kind of disagree with some degree of feminists, but also disagree here is that this is a bad metric, because what you're not going to see with this perspective is that maybe feminists were wrong, but that doesn't mean that your prescription is right. Maybe, oh, well, women weren't happy in, what feminists say they weren't happy in the home, but then they went to the workplace. Now they are happy. Now I'm going to look at statistics and show how unhappy and miserable they are in the workplace. That doesn't mean that intrinsically the philosophical idea of women being in the workplace is wrong. It just might be, again, women enter into a capitalist workspace, and capitalist labor and capitalist workplaces kind of suck. For the majority of people, they tend to be pretty awful. So the core idea of, again, women's liberation and entering into the workplace is, of course, good, but you're not necessarily going to see the results you might want to see, like, oh, they're awesome, amazingly happy and wonderful. This doesn't even take that much logic to figure out. It's like, well, again, if I imprison you in a cold, dark cave, and you're chained up in the dark, you're miserable, you're unhappy, you hate this, and then I let you out, and you are let out in the middle of a hot Saharan desert, and you're trapped in there. It's just a larger prison with gates and fences and armed guards around there, and you're basically in a concentration camp in the Saharan desert where it's hot as hell. And then I pull you, a year later. Are you happy? No, I'm pretty miserable and awful. Oh, well, clearly shows that being locked up in a cave was better. No. That freedom was obviously a problem. They should never have been free. Look at how he's free now and he's still miserable. Yeah, because you freed him into a concentration camp. You took him from one prison that was extremely restrictive, and then you put him in another prison that's slightly less restrictive, but still pretty awful. Of course they're not going to be reporting these amazing happy kind of bullshit. No? It doesn't take a lot of logic to kind of go, well, okay, yeah, that actually is that would put a damper on the whole situation. It's kind of like, we've been freed and rescued. Who rescued us? Oh, slavers. Shit. So we went from one form of slavery to a different form of slavery. Crap.
More secure about themselves, we could, I think, reasonably expect that there would have been a decrease in suicide rates amongst women.
No. Again, overall happiness, suicide rates. Notice how she was super weirded out and like this. Why are you talking about these issues when it came to the gender theory individual, the queer theory individual? And she was looking so mystified. How could you bring up these random things? Like, oh, well, if happiness is going up, we'd see less suicides. Maybe, but like, again, it completely ignores just because I'm happy to not, again, I got rid of one. It was a pretty significant, but one of the extra hurdles that came with womanhood and the restrictions, but I still have all the rest of the shit. More importantly, you're going to bring up, we would see a decrease in women's suicide. I would immediately respond with, yeah, but men commit suicide at higher rates than women across the board. So men have always had a sort of sexual revolution and happiness. They've always had the same freedoms. We just gave the freedoms to women. We didn't see a drop or increase or decrease in female suicides. But men have had this for a long, long, long time, and they're still committing suicides at a great rate. So, like, it's not necessarily a point in my favor, but it's also not a point in your favor. Unless you're going to somehow argue that they've increased, which they haven't really increased.
You would have to go ahead and show how that correlation, right, is going to be a direct cause of women going into the workforce.
Okay, well, how can we, let's measure, then you have to give me a way that we can measure happiness. How can we measure happiness?
Yeah, but you're the one who's making the infinitely less happy. You have to give me a way to measure happiness. You don't have a good way. I'm not the one making the claim. You are.
So I would say suicide rates would be a good thing to look at. Drug, alcohol consumption would be a good thing.
Of course, right? But we would have
at.
to, we can say, I can say at this point in society, I don't think everyone is happy. I think there's.
Yeah, but you could look at those from a happiness thing, but trying to draw and correlate one aspect of life in an incredibly complicated social environment. Like, this is the reason why, like, again, in studies, you have to account for your variables and you have to do all this stuff. And it's oftentimes extremely difficult, even in the hard sciences. This is just basic knowledge. Like, again, you're the one who made the claim, Candace. You're the one who has to back it up.
A lot of things that we need
Apologies.
to reconcile in society.
That's what I'm getting at. So
Right,
I
but
think
we have to
women are-
look at the cause, right? Why are these things predicted, right? And for example, if we talk about men, there are a lot of things we can look at, right? That that tend to predetermine suicide, right? But we can't say, oh, these two things are happening at the same time. This caused this other thing.
Yes, that's right. But I do think that we can objectively say that women who are committing suicide rates more than they were in the 1950s, like it has actually increased marginally. That's not a sign.
Yeah, it hasn't changed at all in the 50s. And again, reporting on this is going to be an interesting thing because suicide, especially back in the 50s, was extremely shameful. And I have no doubt that there is maybe not a gigantic, but not a statistically insignificant amount of people who mysteriously died of like heart failure or something in the household, especially women, even men across the board, were being reported. They were being reported as, oh, he just died in his sleep. He must have had a heart attack, or, oh, she accidentally took too many pills. It was, she had a headache and the pills combined badly. Oh, or they just covered it up real quick and just reported the death, and the coroner just reported natural causes to avoid the shame for the family. That happened a shitload. Hell, there's pretty good historical examples, the 1800s and 1900s and various other things, where we know now that at the time they reported that this famous person here, or this lord there, or this lady here died of, mysterious causes, or just was reported dead. Oh, it's so very tragic. But like, we now know, based upon finding archival research and even doing like testing on the bodies after the fact, and just people's journals and confessions later on, that like, no, this person didn't die of heart failure. This person killed themselves. But it's 1850, or it's 1920, it's 1930, it's 1950. And we didn't want the rest of the world and the society and our church and all of that to know that this person committed suicide. Especially, you put in another little case here, that if they're Catholic, woman commits suicide, man commits suicide, unless it's very, very obvious and unable to be hide, there's a good chance that the family will hide that and would have a very valid reason to hide it, because they want their child, their sister, their brother, their mother, their father, their family member, their friend, to get a Catholic burial. But Catholicism will not bury a suicide victim or a person who has committed suicide. It's a sin. They won't do it. Can't get a Catholic burial that way. So again, this idea that, oh, it's changed, it's increased. One, it hasn't increased, and more importantly, there's a high likelihood that this whole 5.6 out of 100,000, it's probably higher than that. Our reporting and the general acceptability, for lack of a better word, of reporting and acknowledging suicide today compared to the 1950s is light years difference. It is incredibly higher. So I have no doubt that this is probably not an accurate figure. It could be quite a bit higher. But even if we take it as is, the change is literally 0.3. So the sexual revolution basically accounted for a less than, what is that, like a 6% increase? Maybe 6% increase? That is even questionable on its own because of the rate of suicide in 50s. Who knows how statistically accurate that one is? Maybe a, what, a 6% increase? Maybe a little less than that, like a 5. So suicides since the 1950s for women have increased by 5%. It's not a good thing to increase, but like you're now going to say, oh, this is at least partly due or causally related to the unhappiness of women and the sexual revolution. Or it also could be like, that's almost a rounding error. That is statistically very small, significant, but there's so many other things that are going to be involved in here. Beyond the fact that, again, you're wrong, Candace.
Find that us entering the workforce suddenly made us
How
all
is
very
it
happy.
a cause of the workforce?
We're also binge drinking at a higher rate.
How's this
We're
cause
taking
of
opioids
entering
at a
the
higher rate.
How is this a cause of entering
Because
the
I
workforce?
think women are being
think?
put on a pathway aspirationally.
But you're gonna have to. You're saying you think this, right? But where's the cause? Like you're not substantiating the claim. You're saying this is what I think. I'm seeing.
No, so again, this is what happens when Candace Owens has to actually defend her ideas to any degree of specificity. Is what Zena's pointed out, is that you're not explaining shit. You're just talking and telling the story of what you believe. That's great, but you would need to explain causally in a logic foundation what are your assumptions, what is the math. Candace Owens can't show her work from a math standpoint because there is no work. She hasn't done anything with this. She has her idea, her feelings based on the moment right now, based on her disgust, her dislike, and her general disagreement and desire to hate and dislike a specific specific aspects of society. And she's not even working backwards. She just looked for a couple of examples or a couple of things that feel like building a constellation. She found a couple of stars that feel like they could maybe possibly in some abstract way justify her feelings. She found 4 stars in the night sky and she drew she already had a swan drawn, this gigantic swan. And then she looked up to the sky and held up the stencil of a swan until she found like 4 stars that fell on the lines of the swan. And then she said that constellation group was created by God and designed in exactly this way to show a swan. That's how stupid this is. That's how empty Candace Owens' talking points are. Because they literally are just talking points. She hasn't even thought logically about these things. She hasn't even had a self-introspective, semi-philosophical debate amongst herself, examining and trying to understand these things. She hasn't done any of that shit. And she never will. That has just nothing. What she has done is simply just going off her feels, and that's it. Absolutely awful. And again, Xena, I believe her name is, getting kind of frustrated, but also laughing because this is genuinely ridiculous. How empty her talking points are. Really think about it. She hasn't said shit. Peterson says a lot of stuff. It's just really nonsensical, and kind of at best boilerplate Jungian archetypical kind of analysis. And he draws lots of assumptions and he draws lots of conclusions based upon very vague shit. This is even emptier.
put on a pathway aspirationally.
But you're gonna have to. You're saying you think this, right? But where's the cause? Like you're not substantiating the claim. You're saying this is what I think. I'm seeing two.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
That's too
return to your
bad,
seat.
because she was about to spit some fire. Because again, that is the problem, is that you aren't substantiating your claim. You're literally just repeating the same thing over and over again with almost nothing to build on. God, Candace sucks.
Great job.
Great job. You did great. Like, here's the other thing. You don't believe this is all entertainment. This is what I actually hate, and why I would actually do rather poorly in these kind of things. Just because for the most part, like, I love philosophical arguments back and forth, but whenever I make a statement, or I try to make a statement and defend it, I usually demark pretty clearly, is this something I actually believe in, or is this something that is just kind of a thought experiment? Like, I kind of have half a belief in this, but I haven't fully formed this out, so I'm going to try this argument out, have this logic as I'm thinking it out live. I usually demark these pretty clearly. Grifters don't. Grifters only care about engagement. So even though Xena was doing a pretty good job kind of explaining and kind of taking her to task and showing her, or at least giving her opportunities to show how empty Candace's arguments are, at the end of it, that's a great job, you did great, and she's shaking her hand, and lots of dummies are going to go, wow, this just shows how great and honorable she is. She's such a good opponent. This is such a good, valuable conversation. All the rest of these people are all going to be mean and terrible to her. But my issue is that you believe this to be morally and ethically certain. So, like, yeah, you can applaud the kind of victory here, but at the same time, it just feels like a game. It feels like you're just playing a game always. And this is my own kind of personal kind of thing, because I try to speak as honestly and truly to myself as possible. So, like, again, I wouldn't ever shake their hands. Well, it's just being polite. Yeah, but I don't want to be, like, I'll be nice in a general sense, but I'm not going to clap for them. I'm not going to give them praise or anything like that. Especially if I'm taking such a hard moralist stance. Maybe that's just my imagination, but I would be nice and considerate to people and shake their hands and say, oh, that was a good job. You did a really great argument. But that's because I have different values. I am never going to be making these kind of hard Christian traditionalist arguments that argue for sin and that argue that these things are sinful and leading to our country's destruction, blah, 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 blah. I'm never going to be throwing out such radically hard kind of statements and then being all nice and chummy like this doesn't, me, it doesn't match. And again, it just feels like ultimately you're just trying to save face for the fact that you just got your ass handed to you by this woman right here, Xena, and you looked like a fool. Maybe I'm being a bit prejudiced to this because, again, I see Jordan Peterson and I see Candace Owens doing these things, and because I find them so disingenuous and bad faith that even when they're just doing normal, friendly kind of gestures, that I am biased against it. I will freely admit, and I won't retract these statements, but I will undercurt them into that. Again, this might be, again, my own personal bias showing through pretty hard, but it's just, again, you don't get to call everybody in this circle sinless or sinful, godless freaks destroying the country and leading to the, devaluation and the whoring of individuals. You don't get to say all these hard claims and insinuate, and more importantly, politically and socially use your rhetoric to support actual material actions against these kind of individuals. But then when they confront you on this, you then shake your hands and go, good job. Good job. That's a liberal value. That's a liberal free speech value and perspective. And that's not yours. That's my values. That's my perspective. You don't get to us and use that aesthetic when you are ultimately not that. But we'll see who's up next. They got 5:30. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. What do they got? Oh, Speedy.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm Nikki.
Nice to meet you.
So, when we're talking about the value of women on a societal scale and how we view each other, right? When you're devaluing us, you're objectifying us. And follow me, I promise. But rape rates have gone down by about half in the last 20 years, right? So,
Rape rates in the last 20 years are difficult to track because the FBI changed the definition in 2013, which led to a significant increase in cases. So yeah, this is one of those difficult things. We're going to take a small little bathroom break in a second here, but this is something to be aware of whenever you're dealing with statistics and somebody wants to make a same statement that we were so much better in the past when we had these hard gender roles, and now that we don't have these gender roles, society's gone to chaos. Look at how many more rapes there are. Be very aware of how we categorize and how we find those statistics, because it's always ironic that it usually comes from people who are very anti government, anti authorities, that they won't realize that part of the that kind of perspective should have suspect over how we define things, you would think, but they don't. When it suits their purposes, they'll use it, the factoids, and when it doesn't suit it, they'll abandon it. But yeah, the changing of a definition for statistics, especially with regard to rape, it's very difficult because, again, we changed our definition in 2013. We've changed multiple times definitions of rape and sexual assault to varying degrees. This is also, funny enough, if you're doing the feminist versus like men's rights kind of debate argument thing, this is also one of the things that is a point in favor of some of the men's rights activists' arguments, is that the definition of rape in many countries, still kind of to this day, frequently will exclude any form of female on male statistics or acts. So this is really difficult to say. So like whenever feminists say that, you know, women are sexually assaulted at higher rates than men, the issue is that, one, reporting is a problem, and then also, even if they are reported, how they are categorized, depending on the definition and how the state, whatever institution is in charge of this, whether it's be the FBI or some other kind of statistics, whether it's in United States or England or India, wherever it is, how they're defining it puts it in a different bucket. So if you're only looking in one bucket for these instances, but due to prejudice or due to just simply a definitional thing, whether it's the definition of this or what legal crime it ends up being classified as, certain things that you would normally classify as X may be put in a different bucket than the one you go to look for X. And also, what ends up going in X, whether or not it's defined as a crime or not, is also a thing, because oftentimes marital sexual assault, including rape, was not deemed as a crime or even something that can exist until relatively recently. So that's another factor. We're going to take a quick little pause here for a quick little bathroom break. We will be back in just a short second. And we're back. All right. Let's go on with this. So, again, I'm not sure. So her statement right here, I would say, is difficult, and I would take points off for the statement saying that it has gone down, because this is really difficult to track, just in general. It's hard to do it through crime statistics. So oftentimes the studies that kind of examine this are very, they're not invaluable. It's just, they tend to be very anecdotal and difficult to have solid evidence for. But let's go back 5 seconds. Let her start her statement.
have gone down by about half in the last 20 years, right? So if you're saying we're less valuable now, why wouldn't we be suffering at a higher rate?
So is the argument that you're making, just so I understand, that because women are giving up sex for free, they're not being raped?
every study shows rape is not correlated with just sexual gratification. It is a power structure.
Okay.
So it is a
So this is one of those things where I'm going to go ahead and have a pretty hard anti-feminist stance on this, is that I think the definition of rape as a power structure or anything like that, that is not really how it plays out at all. Or not really in the research. Like, again, it plays out if you define, and this is one of those things where, again, we're having to do mind reading of why X people do X crime, and we're having to rely on some issues with self-reporting, and then we're just trying to mind read people. So this is not necessarily that I think that the answer is 100% wrong or right. It's more that my general prescription, based upon what I have seen and what I have engaged with personally, but also academically, that this dynamic, that it's an expression or of power, is I would say it's somewhat true, but there's enough nuance and then there's enough problematizing that can happen with that to make it not a particularly useful metric. And again, I would just kind of avoid it and just stick with, like, again, if this free sex has devalued us or devalued women so much, then wouldn't wouldn't we see the treatment of women and the valuation of them go down? Wouldn't we see women's suffering increase? If our valuation goes down, wouldn't we see the suffering increase because they are not being valued as highly, they're not being protected, you're not seeing all the results that come with a highly valued product? Wouldn't we see more abuse of said product? But if abuse is going down, then that would suggest that, well, there's a problem.
about objectifying and abusing women when you rape them, not about whether or not you want sex. What I am saying is that women are less objectified, so therefore we are being raped less.
Okay, so you think that in today's society, because this is pretty wild for me. In the 1950s, you're saying women were more objectified than today in the land of OnlyFans.
So this is why the objectifying argument goes a little wrong, is that again, this is where the capitalism issue comes into play, is that you're saying, oh, they were objectified more in the past. It's like, well, I'm not sure if they were less or more objectified when it would be different. And in many ways, we might even see they were less objectified in the past, but the objectification that we see now is more a reflection of capitalist consumption and various aspects like that. But then we would also say, okay, even if they were if they're more objectified now, this is why I don't like the objectified power argument, because it then actually ends up being kind of incoherent. It doesn't work. It ends up kind of being null and void, because if they're more objectified now, which many would say that lots of aspects of society have been turned into a commodity, objectified kind of object. Objectified object is a bit much, a bit stupid, but all right. Excuse me for my ramble, but if we're seeing that, and honestly, that does seem to be the case, that it's increased to a certain degree, then if you're defining, power is about objectifying people and that's where you see rape, then why would we see less rapes if we're seeing more objectification happening here? So Candace Owens is going to rightfully point out a problem with this matrix in this kind of scenario. The issue is, again, we could have avoided this by simply not engaging with that aspect of sexual assault and objectification. Is that, again, you could also take in this, like, is it not possible that this increasing objectification and the women being devalued and less happy has nothing to do with their sexuality and sexual revolution, and has far more to do with generally capitalistic, consumerist kind of nature that we've seen increase or become more prominent to a certain degree in modern society. I don't know. Maybe that might eventually lead to an argument in favor of Candace Owens, but again, the problem is Candace Owens is going to use their old timey wisdom here as, oh, look at how much women are objectified today. It's like, I'm not sure if they are more objectified today than previous. I think they're more marketed in a capitalistic visual objectification, but they were treated more as property in the past, so they are more literal object rather than metaphorical object. We've seen an increase in women metaphorical objectification as a concept, I should say, or an abstract, rather than a material one, which was more in the past. That might be my explanation.
The Kardashian clan and women that are essentially putting up their boobs and butts for free on Instagram, you're saying we finally have achieved less objectification, where women can't even get onto an advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model.
Well, I mean, what's the difference between being naked and being clothed? Again, ultimately, they're both being objectified. You're just seeing, the sexual objectification, but like, again, advertisement was objectifying of individuals before just as much as today. Again, this is not particularly, it's going to sound more insightful than it actually is.
You're saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that the over-commodification of women's bodies is positive.
There you go.
But
Good.
what I am saying is that when you're going to the 1950s, that we shouldn't put this glazed look of, oh, it was so happy. We had single income households and we got to stay home. We also had a pill popping problem. We also were viewed as maids. Like, we were seen as a house appliance far more than we were as people. And so when you have that kind of objectification where you are in a subservient position, I think we're facing a different form today. But I think that rape is,
again, this is where, again, we need the Marx a little bit. Even if I don't love necessarily Marx to a certain degree, this is kind of where we need that kind of class economic focus. Is just saying, like, you keep seeing this as, it's funny, you say this as a commodity, you use commodity language while ignoring the commodity focus. You keep trying to make this into some kind of like moralistic thing, like they devalued themselves, the sexual revolution devalued them. It's like this, why would you align the sexual revolution to this when it is far more closer to the, especially in this case, you could have just said this is commodification of women. Again, kind of what I was saying, she went to a good point, but she needs to make the point clearer. Is that you're assuming this one-to-one ratio, or you're assuming one thing is another thing. You're assuming the commodification of women's bodies in an abstract sense of the modern day is the same as the objectification and the subservience, the oppression of women in the past. And you're also ignoring the material oppression of women in the past and trying to somehow say that, again, the problem is that it's focusing too much on sex. I wish people would stop saying sexual revolution is purely just based upon sex, as in the act of sex. It wasn't just the sexual revolution. It's a gender revolution, if you will. It's a sex as a biologic. It's a class revolution. It wasn't just an act revolution.
a signifier of a contradiction to your statement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I do want to rebut it on a couple of points. So first, I just want to say,
It actually did kind of make more sense, but okay.
suggesting that objectification has gone downward.
Again, notice again, she doesn't actually have anything more to say. It's just going to be the same goddamn comment that she had. This is what also is super frustrating, is that even Jordan Peterson or any of them will elaborate. She never elaborates. I don't understand. Like, I hate to say this, but I genuinely think Candace Owens is one of the least intellectual, least curious, most dogmatically stuck in a road, a tape recorder on repeat person I've ever met. I've not met, but like interacted with, met through this medium of online and seen her act. Again, it's shocking. Like, you might as well talk to a tape recorder. She has nothing to say, nothing to add, nothing to elaborate on. It's just the same thing she said before. Almost all of this, she has done very little. She's had to be dragged, like kicking and screaming. And every time she's given a moment to speak her narrative, the narrative is literally just the same thing being said. It's not even like the same story being told in a slightly different way. She's not even doing that. It's just literally the same goddamn thing. God damn, it's like the dumbest person I've ever met. You know, this meeting right here. I am meeting her ideology with my mind, and I'm having to meet it right now. And god damn it, is it not annoying? I'm glad I don't participate in this kind of stuff, or never have been invited to these kind of debates, because this shit frustrates me. I have so little respect, especially if it happens a couple of times in a row. So it's like, look, are you going to say the exact same dumb bullshit? Are you going to do nothing to add? Nothing? All right.
Since the 1950s is wild. That's just a firm.
It's not wild. Again, objectification, different forms of it. And again, it's not a great statement. She opened up the door. I wish she didn't open up this door, because now she's just going to do this gold old towny wisdom. Look with your eyes in the world around you, and you will see the truth of how things really are. Just trust your gut instincts. Doing that same old bullshit. And again, not elaborating, not trying to explain anything more. Just that good old towny wisdom.
No, that is not the truth, and you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel like
hold on,
you
let me
were seen as
answer your
like-
second thing.
No, don't let her answer. Fuck her. Just fuck her. Do not let her answer her bullshit. Because again, she is strawmanning the shit out of this. She doesn't understand what you said because she's stupid. She's a stupid person. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to say this. I think Candace Owens is absolutely a dumb person. I think she is dumb because she is so uncurious. She is so dogmatic. She is so stuck in her own little story and so hostile to new information or contradictory information that she has made herself stupid. That is what stupid is. And she says, oh, I want to answer. You're not going to answer it. You haven't answered shit. I'm genuinely curious. Are you actually going to answer anything or try to engage with anything this person has brought up?
Second thing, you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So
Not really. I actually don't think, as a percentage, I don't think we actually are. Again, we have more medication to a certain, but like, you're also ignoring, like, back in the day, like, this goes back to like the 1800s a bit too much, but like, people were self-medicating with like laudanum and shit like that. It was incredibly common. And then you're talking about, oh, we're drinking more. I don't think we're actually drinking more. I think, again, it's kind of like our statistics and people's willingness to discuss this has increased. I don't think we're actually drinking more. What you might kind of miss, and this is kind of funny if you actually read, even just like biographies or even just kind of stories written back in the 50s, where the focus isn't on like society necessarily in general, or it's focusing on like just a general story or biography or whatever. And they're not really wanting to highlight alcoholism or drinking or pill popping or abuse of medication. They're not really doing that. Like, the stories focus on some other aspect of their life and journey or some other concept. But if you look in the background, because I remember like this came up multiple times in certain like classes when we were doing literature and kind of biography and nonfiction stuff, is the drinking wasn't made a feature because it was just so normalized that it was like, it would like be bringing up people driving cars a lot. Like, it's not like, well, yeah, it's the transportation. Like, why am I going to bring up that we're driving a car? Like, I'm just going to bring up in passing, like, we drove down to the beach, and then I'm going to focus on my journey at the beach. I'm not really going to focus on driving down, finding the park space. I'm not going to focus on the driving part or the car aspect and how that relates to society, because that's just normal. It was the same with kind of like the drinking and the medication, especially the drinking. Jesus Christ, the drinking. People severely, and again, Candace Owens, rose tinted glasses, doesn't actually want to investigate the history of this, doesn't want to do this. People, I think, severely underestimate how much drinking people did in the past. Like, how much all the time, of all forms and societies, how much people were drinking. Here's a great little image. What is the image of that white picket fence with the stay-at-home mom and the dad who comes in from work? That kind of like that very stereotypical conservative kind of ideology. It's like black and white, and the homemaker's there, and she's cleaning up the house, and then she hears the husband driving, and he drives in, and he's got a briefcase, and he's got a suit and tie and a hat, and he comes through. In most of those depictions, it's kind of jokingly done, but what does she hand him the second he walks through the door? What's the idyllic kind of thing? What is it? It's a martini. It's a drink. You know why? Because they drank like goddamn fishes. Even in the fictionalized, idyllic kind of society, outside the Leave It to Beaver, which was on Hollywood, which they weren't allowed to show drinking. If you actually look at the depictions, or you actually think about it, you realize, and you even go in your Hollywood depictions or even older movies, you realize how much alcohol is always present, even in the films when, again, the 30s, 40s, and 50s, you have a lot of like the Hays Code and various other codes that prevent excessive drinking, pill popping, and stuff like that being shown in Hollywood. There's a lot more conservative censorship and depictions here and there. And there's some violations here and there, but they have to skirt the lines. But here's the thing. Watch all those old movies, how they set up those households, the standard household. And again, this is an idealized household. This is idealized. It uses some frame of references to reality, but it's always a much prettier one. Notice how many of those living rooms, how many of those bedrooms, not just the living room, but also the bedroom, and how many of the kitchens, but especially like the living rooms, how much of them had an alcohol cabinet? How many of them had the scotch in the crystal decanter or the whiskey? How many of them had just alcohol everywhere, all the time? And again, that is in a restricted, very idyllic kind of manner. Now you actually put that into reality, the way it looked back in the 50s and the 60s, they were in 40s and 30s. Everybody was drinking a lot more than you think. A hell of a lot more than you think. As much, if not more now than they were back then. And I mean, everybody was drinking. The men and the women, everybody was drinking a lot. That's half the reason why Prohibition absolutely folded and created a massive goddamn industry for the mafia to grow, is because people drank so goddamn much. There was such a massive. That's why Prohibition and the women for like, what is it, the temperance movement and shit like that. And these were even early feminists, or early feminist movements were against alcohol for various reasons, domestic violence, shit like that. But that's why Prohibition was passed in the first place, or had some degree of support, is because drinking is so goddamn prolific across the board. So this idea that, oh, they weren't popping we're popping more pills than we were today. Yeah, but we're also kind of drinking less. The reason why they weren't popping pills quite as much, even though they were popping various pills of all kinds, whether they were cocaine pills, heroin pills, laudanum, various other things. Like, you can get them back in the day. Methamphetamines, they were prescribed. You can get them pretty easily. The only reason they weren't necessarily popping as much pills is because they were drinking to an alarming extent. So again, this is one of those things where it sounds good on the surface, but even a cursory, casual understanding of history, even just the understanding that you all have built into your brains right now, you all have this 100%. You know, and you've seen these things. It's just those parts of your brains aren't being activated right now because you're in story mode. You want to agree with her. You're just following the logic. Yeah, it's all great. But even the people who you agree with, even the people agreeing with Candace Owens, if you ever see this, you actually know you have either real life experiences or discussions with family and friends, your grandfather talking about back in the day, all this little stuff, these little nuggets of information, these little tiny tidbits that might indicate, this is actually probably not true what Candace is saying. We actually probably notice all these stories they're talking about, like all these stories from my grandparents, my great grandparents, or even from my father, who, depending on your age, hearing about these, like, drank. It's like there's so many stories of just drinking, and then casual drinking and excessive drinking. And like, oh, well, I mean, we have those today. It's like, yeah, we do. But like, you also, then you go to your grandparents' house, your great grandparents' house, and you notice just how much there's always, like, they don't drink as much anymore because they're old. But how much present alcohol was, like, everywhere, all the time, any event, even non-events. Just, again, if you ask them, like, when you came home, what did you do? Like, oh, well, I had a couple of beers, and I had a couple of, had a about 2 or 3 glasses of whiskey, and I had a couple of whiskey and cokes, and it's just like, you start adding it up. You're like, God damn, we drink a lot today, but we drank a shitload in yesteryear. So either, I don't know if it's increased or decreased, but it sure as hell is comparable. So this whole rose-tinted glasses, this projection of what life was back in the 50s, it's just nonsense. It just does not comport to reality at all.
Have actually increased our amount of pill popping. Women are having overdoses on.
Again, women are having overdoses.
And
again, that's true, but that's not, I hate the statistic because it's not actually saying what she's saying. Yes, women pop more pills than men. That doesn't mean that we are taking more pills in general than we were in the past. All that's saying is that, according to our studies, women use pills as a form of abuse and substance abuse than men, and women also use it for suicide and self-harm. But that doesn't mean that they didn't in the past. In fact, again, that was a fairly common way to do it in the past. And remains to this day, was pill popping.
And on top of that, since I think 1999, by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared to men. So women are not.
1999. Is there any other thing, like, hold on. Let me go back here.
Are having overdoses on opioids. And on top of that, since I think 1999, by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared.
1999. Can you remind me again when the sexual revolution was? Because I seem to remember it being 60s and 70s, which is at the most, 20, almost 30 years. Like 25 years before 1999, 20 years before 1999. That's as close as it is. So 20 years of advancements. Oh, since, we looked at 1999, we've actually increased from 1999 to today. Yeah, but what about 98, 97, 96, 95? Like, That's not even close to sexual revolution. Unless you're saying there was a second one. But I don't think there was. And more importantly, opioid abuse. In 1999, I haven't even looked at this, but just based on my gut instinct, I have a feeling that that's around the time Oxycontin and a lot of the other opioid abuse kind of issues started coming up. So that has nothing really to do with the sexual revolution. That has to do with the extremely awful malpractice instances of opioids being overprescribed by doctors as put forward by, again, producers and pharmacological kind of entities, institutions to some degree, but again, corporations pushing stuff like Oxycontin, oxycodone, and various other derivatives and opioid derivative drugs to make money. It has nothing to do with sexual revolution. So again, notice again, this doesn't actually make sense. If you actually listen to what she says, she just starts throwing out random shit, and it doesn't make sense.
To men. So women are not popping pills less because we're going into the workforce. That's actually not true at all either. We're also, like I said to you, consuming alcohol more and binge drinking.
But we're just, again, none of those things are true. Give me, like, again, it's hard to do statistics, but it's like, she just says these things with zero evidence. Notice again, there's no like Jubilee coming up here because there's no evidence to suggest this. And you might say, well, shouldn't they be putting up evidence that would suggest that it's not true? Jubilee doesn't like doing that because Jubilee still wants it to see somewhat even-handed or whatever because they want more clicks and more views. The big thing is like, is there any truth to this that we're doing more pill popping and more drinking? And again, what does this have to do with the sexual revolution? For someone who is trying to take to task other people talking about subjects that were incidental to the sexual revolution or around it, you're bringing up pill popping. Like, how does this relate to women entering the workforce and sexual revolution? How the hell does this relate? Do you think women would be, if women hadn't entered into the workforce, do you think they would be popping less pills? They were popping tons of pills before. Do you think they wouldn't be popping pills now? Like, oh, will they be happier? Would they be? And again, you're saying that pill popping and drinking is related to being unhappy. That's not the case necessarily at all. And more importantly, let's say women are not in the workforce. We have all of this capitalist, consumerist kind of culture. Let's just ignore the sexualized nature of it and the objectification of women. Sure, we'll say that didn't happen. But are you saying that the rest of capitalism wouldn't have happened? Seems to me that would be a heavy stressor. Seems to me that would lead to a lot of unhappiness and general discontent, right? Nah.
More than we did in the 1950s, which is why I was trying to get her to say, we need to look at actually give me any reasonable metric of how we can define happiness. Because it's hard, right? Are you happy?
But you're the one, you don't really have much of a reasonable, like, has she defined happiness other than, well, people are more fulfilled when they have children, according to people who have children, they're reporting that. But that's not necessarily a metric of happiness. That's an example of a thing that can cause happiness, but you haven't given me a good solid, or given anyone a good solid kind of like evaluation system here. A hierarchy of values, according to Jordan Peterson.
Yes or no?
Sure, but wait, hold on. We're actually avoiding what my original point was about rape being the signifier.
Okay, pause. You've been voted
Yeah.
out by the majority. Please
Yeah.
return to your seat.
We avoided that
Thank
completely.
you. Nice to meet you.
Was it nice to meet her? I'll be honest. You got 2 minutes.
Hi.
Hi,
I like your hat.
Whitney Shanahan. Nice to meet you. I am fascinated by your claim that women have lost happiness since the sexual revolution, since the 1950s. Do you think that there is any tie to happiness and freedom and happiness and choice. Because since 1950s, since the sexual revolution, women have gotten exponentially more freedom and more choice. And for me, as a mother and as a woman, having the freedom to choose what I do, to make my own destiny, makes me infinitely more happy than, say, back before the sexual revolution when I couldn't get a bank account, couldn't get a home.
Thank you. Fuck, we're finally getting back to this. The problem is, again, we kind of got derailed a little bit, and honestly, you can't treat Candace Owens' comment as more philosophical and insightful, because it isn't. Just hammer it with the basic, like, just basic history. We're talking, like, this is middle school, high school level history. This is something that you should remember from just basic grade school. Will tell you this.
Alone. Couldn't work outside the home, couldn't travel around without a man, couldn't control my own reproduction. So I feel that happiness, personally, my belief, is tied to our ability to have freedom. And I think that in the United States, protecting freedom and our individual freedoms is what's going to lead us to happiness.
Did you go to college?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Did you?
So yes, I did. So you have a degree.
Absolutely.
Now, when you went to college, did you go to college because it was simply something that you wanted to do, or did you think that I have to go to college because in order to get a job, I have to have a college degree?
I went.
The hell does that have to do with sexual revolution? Again, notice, again, this is the weird thing about conservative ideology now, is it's actually, because it's become impossible to ignore, it's kind of always had this, but it has this tinge almost of like a class conscious, like a bit of Marxist anti-capitalist thing there, but it always undersells it, and it doesn't want to actually use it for any kind of anti-capitalist services. It simply wants to use it to somehow promote traditional Christian values, without actually approaching this. Like, again, the problem with the sexual revolution is because, like, again, they misidentify, like, this is capitalism, not sexual revolution. It has nothing to do with this. And the devaluation of women, again, you're pointed to, like, again, college degrees and shit like that. It's like, this is not, this has nothing to do with your prudish Christian values. This has to do with capitalism.
To college for art because I was fascinated with art.
Okay. It's just answering my question. Did you go to college? Was that the only reason you went to college, or did you think that I might want to do something in art, so I have to go to college, like, for my career?
I went to school because I wanted to expand my horizons. I mean, I think that's why most people go to university.
No,
Why
so
did you go?
That's actually not
Why
true.
did
A lot
you
of
go?
I went, and I think a lot of people go because there's a pressure that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
It's a choice. Everything's a choice. So
Okay.
taking away choices doesn't make people happier.
Yeah,
Taking
but
away
I'm
freedoms
actually
doesn't make people happier.
I'm disagreeing with you on the idea that people are feeling more free by financial pressure. I think financial
It's so, and again, she just doesn't want to acknowledge this. She just wants to go on the tangent. Hi there, Sunburstive. Welcome to the stream. It is nothing but pain and sadness over here, analyzing Candace Owens doing Candace Owens things. I hope you have alcohol. You will need it to listen to her speak.
pressure makes people feel remarkably less free.
So you want no bank accounts again? Women not to have credit cards?
I'm
and no
not
bank
saying that
accounts?
women shouldn't have access to credit cards or banking accounts. You're putting words in my mouth, so why don't you respond to the words that I'm saying?
Well, less financial pressure.
Again, we will have to analyze this, but again, she wants to go back to 1950s values, but like part of the restriction of theirs was, again, sexual revolution was about, again, more than just sex, but again, she doesn't understand that. So it's like, oh, don't put words in my mouth. I'm sorry, they were in your mouth like 10 minutes ago, Candace. And beyond that, Candace, is that your entire ideology is about putting us back in the 1950s. And you're saying the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. So women were happier without bank accounts? Oh, well, I'm not saying that. Well, that's part of the sexual revolution. Again, Candace only ever focuses on the sex as act and not sex as like the gender revolution. The social gender roles revolution and the breaking of those hard line gender roles. And again, this person is pointing out, and again, you can see how angry she gets when like, oh, you're putting words in my mouth. It's like this. No. What she's doing is she's just not being kind to you. She's not letting you speak your bullshit and avoid the consequences of your ideology. You can't have X without this element. So again, more importantly, you're saying the sexual revolution devalued women. You didn't say aspects of it. You didn't say the sexual revolution devalued relationships and sex when it comes to women or something like that. You said it devalued women, period.
You're going to be a failure.
It's a choice. Everything's a choice. So taking away choices doesn't make people happier. Taking away freedom doesn't make people happier.
I'm disagreeing with you on the idea that people are feeling more free by financial pressure. I think financial pressure makes people feel remarkably less free.
And again, this person, you take Candace Owens out of this moment, she will absolutely be pro-capitalist, anti-communist. But then in this moment, again, this is why it's always incoherent, is that conservative ideologies will speak to their base, and their base tends to be low income or working class or the middle class. And the middle class, whether they're conscious or not, they unconsciously know capitalism is screwing them over. So that's why we will see these weird elements of anti-capitalist sentiment in here, but it's always couched in kind of some kind of religious problem and something like that. As I said before, the financial pressure on this is like this. Yeah, but that had nothing to do with the sexual revolution. That had to do with corporations taking the opportunity of, oh, there's more labor in the workforce. Maybe I'll devalue it. Maybe I won't pay them. That has to do with the economic systems deciding, oh, well, now that we have two household incomes instead of one, I'm going to increase prices. I'm going to decrease this. I'm going to do that. That has nothing to do with the intrinsic moral value or the idea of the sexual revolution. You might say it is a consequence of this, but it has less to do with the sexual revolution and more to do with capitalism. Again, all she's done mostly is just make arguments from a general Judeo-Christian value. Women should be married and shouldn't be whoring themselves out to men. You haven't been like, I would be almost okay with this argument if you were taking this in a very Marxist sentiment. And again, history, you see the negative effects of women not having their own financial autonomy. It's a moral failing. Yeah, exactly. You see a huge amount of this. And again, because I actually have had this argument with people, and I've even presented this because it is kind of a thing in some of the economic leftist Marxist kind of thing, is that the women's entering into the workforce actually did hurt women and men across the board, because it increased the labor supply, and then in a capitalist market they then devalued labor across the board, and it ultimately didn't help women. It just simply subjected them to further exploitation by marketplace. Again, I'm not 100% in agreement with this argument, but it is an interesting intellectual engagement. That's not what Candace is doing.
You want no bank accounts again? Women not to have credit cards?
I'm not saying that women shouldn't have access to credit cards or bank.
But how could you justify them having access to bank accounts and credit cards if they are not in the workforce? So where's the money coming from, Candace? It's coming from the men. So you're okay with women or an individual having control over another individual's financial accounts without contributing to them? Moreover, are you, again, so they're going to be able to open it up, but again, if they're not in the workforce and they're, going from high school to finding their beau, they're finding their man to get married and then have kids, why would they need a credit card? The money ultimately comes from the man. Why don't they just use the man's credit card? We had these arguments back in the 60s and 70s, back when you couldn't get a credit card as a woman without a cosigner as a man, as I mentioned early in this stream. We had these arguments before. The only reason this sounds novel to a lot of people these days is because we're suffering from our own success. Liberal ideology is suffering from its own success because so much was not fixed, but made slightly better from a liberal ideological perspective, even though we're still dealing with terrible amounts of capitalistic exploitation and tons of shit, and there's even problems with liberalism. Like, just ignore that for a second. Part of the success is that a lot of people who agree with Candace Owens and people like Jordan Peterson don't realize that they would not exist and they would not like at all living in the society that they are idealizing. They're all like, well, we need to go back to the 1950s. Have technology of today, but go back to the 1950s. But it's like, yeah, but like a good 60-70% of your personality, your culture, the way you live, the way you love, the way you do stuff, even for this traditionalist Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, whatever kind of fan, you would be ostracized and considered a absolute degenerate, disgusting person back in the 50s and 60s. Moreover, this would come with severe material consequences. Like today, you just get called a gooner. If you're into like anime titties and you're the Asmongold kind of conservative-ish person or something like that, or anything like, or that kind of perspective, or even if you imagine yourself as a good Christian doing good Christian values and you just want to live in a good traditional Christian thing, you go back to the 50s, you would be seen as a radical. You would not be able to live your life at all the way you live it and enjoy it. And when you live your life and the responses you get today, mostly it's just you get shit talked on the internet or some people disagree with you. Back then, police are called, your house is burnt down, crosses are being burnt on your front lawn, you're being assaulted and lynched, you're being driven out of town, you're being fired without recourse, without being able to sue. Like, the amount of tolerance that these people require to live, they don't realize how much they need this kind of liberal society to exist. Women used to be a larger part of the computer industry precisely because that work was undervalued and not seen as important. They started to get edged out of the industry as it became more lucrative in the 70s and 80s. Yes, that's a good point to make out. Though a small thing a small caveat I would put to that, because it's an interesting field to study, early computer work, is also back then, prior to the 70s, like back in the 60s and 50s or whatever, is that this stuff existed before we had the actual technology of computer. Back then, a computer was like a person, hence the ER ending of computer, like a jailer or a dog walker is somebody who does the action of computing. So that was like calculator, hence calculator, was typically referred to somebody who actually did the thing. So a lot of early women, part of the reason why it was kind of easier to devalue their contributions and work is because what they were doing is they were doing large mathematical kind of computations. So like NASA back in the day, what they would do is, again, they have all their guys and they can do the math, but doing some of the, like, it's not super complicated math. It's just really drudgery kind of math. It's still complicated. It's still like higher levels of algebra and trigonometry and shit like that, but you would give that kind of, okay, we need to calculate this. There's a lot of variables. It's relatively simplistic math. Again, relative for NASA, for the average person, and even today it would be very complicated to do and hard to do, but it just takes a lot of time. So you send it to the computer room where you have a bunch of people, men and women, but typically women, who would sit there with their calculators, with their physical ruler calculators. I always love those. You have the ruler calculator. You can see them in old NASA photos, black and white stuff. But they would sit there and do those calculations and check the math back and forth. So it would take a while, but because there's a bunch of people working on it all at once, they were able to process it quickly, and then they would send back their report and say the math checks out, or these formulas are wrong, or something is an issue here. So that's kind of the reason why it was somewhat easier to phase them out or to devalue them, is because the work itself was already somewhat perceived as not valuable, even though it's incredibly valuable and super important. But yeah, that's an interesting little metric right there. But yeah, no, what Candace here is saying again is it's just speaking out both sides of the mouth. She wants it one way, but then not the other way. And again, oh, well, no, I'm not saying we don't have bank accounts. Yeah, what are you saying, Candace? You actually know what you're saying, or you just rambling?
Account, you're putting words in my mouth, so why don't you respond to the words that I'm saying?
Notice how angry she got. Why? Because she hates the fact that, again, somebody actually is hammering her on a point. Yeah, I'm sorry, you don't get to walk away from this, Candace. This is a result of your ideology. You don't get to walk away. You cannot you cannot have the lemon without the sour. Like, I'm sorry. You can't really do that. Unless you're adding a third or another thing to it. More importantly, again, as a man, if I'm living in that societies, quite frankly, I don't want somebody else controlling or having access to my finances, even if I love and trust that person. Oftentimes, that's a major stressor. You're talking about stressor in family relationships. Oftentimes, that's a major stressor, is when there is one single income, but two people spending it. Even if they have enough money for it, it is a major stressor. And it's also a feeling of men, one, wanting more power in the relationship because in that scenario, they are being taken advantage of. I hate that phrasing, but if I'm making all the money in the house and I spend some of it, but then I have another person there who spends my money that I make, that I work for, that I work hard for, and they're spending it, like, I'm going to want control over how they spend it to some degree. I'm going to want a say in it. Even if I love that person, intrinsically, it's really hard to overcome that feeling of, you're taking my things. That's why you see such extreme kind of responses and controlling behavior from men in such relationships, is at least partly nobody likes making a bunch of money and then handing it to somebody and then they get to do what they want with it. Who likes that?
Less financial pressure. If I don't have a bank account, that's a lot less financial pressure, I guess, right?
Financial pressure in terms of most people that go to college, and I'm counting myself among them, it's because typically in order to get the job that you're being sold is going to make you infinitely happier and infinitely more free, it just requires a college degree. And most of these people, to be clear, have to put themselves, the majority of people have to put themselves into.
So again, I'm not sure why she's bringing up the college thing. She hasn't gotten to the point, and we're probably going to run out of time on this.
And I don't think anybody would describe debt as a form of freedom, right? I don't think anybody would realistically say,
let's get back.
So again, this has nothing to do with sexual revolution. This just has to do with, oh, you want free college? What do you want, Candace? What do you want?
Back to happiness. So
No,
we're
no.
here to talk about happiness
you-
and how the sexual revolution, and we're not talking about college debt.
I think it's important because we're talking about freedom. You just said that the reason why I feel happy is because I have more freedom. And I am saying that financial restraints and debt doesn't make people feel more free.
So let's
I'm countering-
eliminate the debt.
Well,
Let's eliminate college debt.
let's-
Maybe we should have free college here. And
Yeah, what was the point of, like, again, I don't know. They didn't have a lot of time. It was 2 minutes, but I have no idea where Candace was going on that because it doesn't tie in. She just brings up random factoids to try to tie it back to what she wants. The problem is that, again, she does not actually have a coherent ideology. She has a reaction. She has an emotional reaction, and a bias and a prejudice, and she's trying to work backwards from that with just grabbing random facts and injustices, and she's just responding to, my audience hates debt and my audience hates how expensive things are, so I'm just going to throw that out there because that works with my audience. How does that work with your ideology and your thesis here? Oh, I have no idea. But they ran out of
yes,
time.
that sounds great.
So,
Great idea, Candace. I love that idea. All right.
Okay.
Love it. Woo! Champion for the people.
Girl. Very nice.
Candace is so pissed. Once she again, this woman was absolutely making fun of her. She does not like it. She's super unhappy with this. And super uncomfortable because she didn't get to make her little story to tie it all back around. She ran out of time. So instead, she just left with this half-assed bullshit. Okay, great. We'll make college free. You're talking about capitalism. Capitalism sucks. Great. So are you a communist? Are you a socialist, Candace? Sounded awful socialist. Bet you she would be very upset if you called her a socialist, though.
Nice.
All right, return to your seat.
Surrounded is now a podcast. Anywhere.
Claim 2. Let's go back. Let's
My
see.
second claim is that no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children.
God, I feel like this is basically like the first claim. Like, again, her arguments in the first claim was basically what her arguments are going to be for the second one. So this is, maybe I'm just being mean to Candace, which, you know, screw her. She's been pretty mean to everyone else in the world who disagrees with her. So fair is fair. But she is just genuinely kind of the least in-depth intellectual talking head I've seen on the right. This is genuinely stupid. Like, she just doesn't think things through to any depth that she can come up with more interesting or otherwise specific kind of claims or arguments or theses. It's just kind of the same talking point, slightly rephrased over and over and over. So no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. So let's just take that claim for a second here as truth. So, 1, is a career supposed to be a substitute for having children? I don't think anyone has even said that. And is that true for men? Well, that would be the next thing we might want to think about. But 1, you could also say this for anything. No food will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. No dinner will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. Is that true? I suppose, but were they supposed to be in competition? Oh, well, they can't have career and raise children. Why not? Yeah, you can. Plenty of societies, including the Nordic ones, which people are going to be probably bringing up, women can have a career and children and raise children. I know in my graduate school, when I was going to graduate school and getting my degree, I knew a couple of women and a couple of professors who were teaching who were pregnant and at the time, and they were going to classes and teaching while pregnant. They were early in there, and one woman was a bit later in her term, and she was finally taking um, the word just escaped me, basically leave, maternity leave, and she, handed her class off to another professor, and for that semester, and took leave, went home, and she was still in contact with people because, again, just because she's pregnant doesn't mean her mind stopped and her brain stopped. She does stuff for her health and benefit of the child, but there's plenty of downtime, so she would be sitting working on one of her books. But she did. So she's still working on her career, still active, not doing the lectures, not doing the traveling around the country, going to the various conferences, whatever. So she was still doing her career. You can still have a career and raise children. This has nothing to do. That has, again, more to do with capitalism rather than it does have with this. So, again, there needs to be no competition. There doesn't need to be this competition and choice between career and children. So even if the claim is true, this is nonsensical. This has nothing to do with the sexual revolution and the problems of feminism. Feminism wants people to have careers and not children. It's like, well, that's not necessarily true. They just say that women shouldn't be pigeonholed into being baby-making machines. And Candace, they can still be baby-making machines who have a career. We just change the capitalist market a little bit. But we're not doing that. Again, the idea is surface level, gut instinct, general. It sounds good if you're a down-home country wisdom. Just a simple southern lawyer. I don't know no big city terms and big city ideas. I just know the common sense of the Mother Earth and blah, 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 and all that shit. That's just that common sense that one isn't actually that sensical when you start thinking about it. You're only supposed to look at this idea in the most surface level, gut instinct. Yeah, that makes sense. Not realizing it doesn't. It only makes sense if you have a hell of a lot of assumptions that you're just taking as granted and natural. All right, let's see who jumps in first. Oh, we got a speedy. Oh, we got a speedy boy. Shoulder check him. Damn straight. Got to use your physicality. Get to that chair.
Oh, hi, Candace. How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm John. Okay, so I feel like a lot of your arguments today are very rooted in a sort of old school perspective, I have to be honest. Like, I think, and I'm not trying to be insulting whatsoever, I feel as though most people would identify that claim as pretty extreme and pretty like...
Children are extreme?
Well, no, that women would get more happiness inherently from raising kids than having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be...
Who gives a shit if it's natural and biological? So is taking a crap. So I have had some rather transcendental experiences on the toilet. That does not mean that my life is somehow more fulfilled with joy and whatever because of it. Sorry, I'm being mean and gross.
Having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be something that sounds extreme.
I just said inherent.
Again, that's not... Do you not even remember what your claim was, Candace? You didn't say having children was an extreme claim. Your claim was that no career, nothing, no other act a woman can do is going to be as fulfilling as raising children. Raising children was only was part of it. In fact, it's... You're missing the other half. X will never be as fulfilling as Y. And then you're saying, well, is Y somehow weird and strange? Like, no, that's not. Your claim had nothing to do with necessarily that. It was a comparative claim. You not even listen to your own. Are you not even listening to yourself speak, Candace? Yet.
Inherently
That's the inherent
extreme.
expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think
No, it's what? No, it's not inherent because it's biological. That doesn't make any sense. You don't just get pregnant. Pregnancy is an act that has to be done through a social, sexual thing. You have to have sex to do this. So it's not just, oh, well, it's not necessarily biological to have children. Having children implies you have to have sex. Like, sex is not. Reproduction has some degree of biology, but I don't know if I'm making this clear, but that's not. Women just naturally just get pregnant out of the blue. Oh, well, I guess I'm preggo. I'm pregnant. That doesn't happen, Candace. You should understand this, Candace. That something else has to happen for you to get pregnant. Weird.
think about things that are inherent, I think biology is a good thing to start with, right? So
Yeah, sure. Whatever, Candace.
biologically speaking, men and women come together, they form families, and
No, they don't come together biologically speaking. Sociologically speaking, they come together. Biologically speaking would imply that they're like two like biological entities that exist in the same thing that like somehow merge together. They don't biologically come together. They physically come together through a social act of, again, sex, which has biological results. Again, I know I'm kind of nitpicking here a little bit, but this is kind of the important part of the nitpicking is that there's a lot of, oh, it's just naturally this is going to happen. It's like, well, no, there still is choice. Like, this isn't something that like just takes over us. It's not like we completely lose all sense of self and consciousness once every month, and we just naturally bond with a nearby female or male, and then once the deed is done, we then go back to where we were and wake up from our fugue state going, well, it was that time of the month, I guess. And beyond that, again, is she going to, I wish they would kind of get into the male aspect as well. It's like this, oh, again, did Isaac Newton live a unfulfilled and joyless life? Are we going to say that his life was non-existent because he didn't have children? I'm pretty sure Isaac Newton never had kids. I'm like 95, 99% certain on that one. Are we going to say that he lived an unfulfilled and joyless life, that it without meaning or purpose? Or like, again, there's plenty of people who have had relationships and had kids and raised them, and also people that didn't. Why only focus? It's not even an old-timey mindset. It's just a really dumb one.
that's the reason why you're sitting here. That's the reason that I'm sitting here is because biology is inherent.
Well,
so
I was
saying it's just
That's not a advocation for that. If we're saying, oh, this biological reality is why Candace Owens exists. Well, golly gee, I guess I'm celibate. If this results in Candace Owens, maybe we should just call this whole human project a wash and just start over.
it's just natural order that we're speaking about, right?
Okay, let's break it down. So why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that women
Why do you inherently are happier? Yeah.
Okay, you keep stressing this word inherent. So,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I think because it speaks to natural order, and every piece of life, I think, is enriched by
speaks to natural order. So the reason why having a child is because speaks to natural order. So you only experience, or the truest form of joy and fulfillment is when you are fulfilling your biological natural order needs. I'm going to just let that one settle for a while, because I think people are intelligent enough to realize that that's kind of a rather myopically limited and silly way of looking at existence. Seeing how this has no room for consciousness there, necessarily, or it seems to deny a major aspects of just conscious awareness of self. I don't know. We can even take this in a kind of Christian route, is that, again, if that was true, why would God have given us awareness, consciousness, and the ability to think in complicated manners? If the only true joy and fulfillment, the truest joy and fulfillment that a woman or a man can have is raising children, doing the biological order necessity, why have us have such a complicated consciousness? And Candace Owens is very much a Christian, traditionalist, dogmatic individual. Why have free will and conscious awareness and such a complicated consciousness? So much so that we can even choose incorrectly through our free will and through our imagination, through our conscious psychological existence, choose wrongly and choose not to believe in God. If we assume God is true, why would God give us this ability and choose to do all these things if the only way of joy and fulfillment is the natural order processes? Why give us substitutes? Why give us poor fake imitations? Why even give us any of this? Again, you can't actually think about what Candace Owens is saying for anything longer than the YouTube clip. You can't actually think deeply and engage with her thought processes at all, because they are always shallow and just anti-intellectual death. They are the death of thought. 1 second, I'll be back in just a moment. Somebody's at the door. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to deal with something real quick, but we got that. And that the natural order automatically excludes the idea that women should be able to have a career and other financial. And again, she wouldn't say, oh, I'm not saying that. It's like, yeah, but again, you kind of are. Again, if you give them the choice, you can choose to have a career and financial autonomy, but it'll never give you the same joy and fulfillment as raising a children. It's like, but then you are making that like the only way to have joy and fulfillment, true joy and fulfillment, and fulfill your God-given duty as a woman is to have children. But then you say, oh, well, hold on, like the whole career thing that she was trying to do towards the end there in the previous statement, why women, entering into the workforce was bad. Then it's like, you're saying, okay, so the woman who wants to have both, do a career and raise children, you're saying doing the career is bad, the workforce is bad, this is ultimately bad and harmful across the board. And then you're saying the only thing, you are limiting it down. You're basically saying, why is the most fulfilling thing you can do as a woman? But you can have X. And then later on you say, no, X is terrible. Women going for X is absolutely awful. They shouldn't be doing this at all. But before you were saying, well, you can have your career. I'm repeating what some of you say here. The opposite argument strawman she may be trying to put forth is that her opponents don't believe that having children and raising a family is the most fulfilling goal for women. And those people are bad, immoral, which of course isn't automatically true. Certainly. And then the next thing I would say is, like, what I don't get, especially when it comes to conservative women, and just kind of even conservative men, but especially kind of more conservative women, when they start talking about how women entering the workforce and doing all this was ultimately bad and terrible. Like, then why are you out here talking, Candace? Why aren't you at home raising children? Does Candace Owens have children? Hold on, I'm going to look that up real quick. I'm going to look that up on a separate thing here. Does Candace Owens... Candace Owens has 4 children. Awesome. How old are her children? So, let's see here. I hate looking into somebody's personal life like this because it feels so fucking weird to try to justify their existence or whatever. But, I mean, I'm sorry. If you're going to start throwing this shit at other people, you kind of put yourself up for it. How old are your children? God damn, you look at her wiki page and dear God, that's just filled with nothing but some of the most vile, conservative, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-LGBTQ shit. God, she's a nasty, nasty shit. And she's also said some really horrific, awful things about some pretty awful events. Like, good Lord, Candace, you really are just a shithead. Let's see here. Okay. So let's see. Married in 2019. They welcomed the son. 2 years later. So she had a kid in 2021. She had a kid in 2022. And then a kid in 2023. And now in 2025. So the oldest child she has is born in 2021 is, what, 4 years old? Had a ton of kids recently. Okay. So she went to private school, right? I forget. Yeah, I think she went to like private. That's something I could have probably looked up when I was there on Wikipedia, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she's a very privileged individual. Went to private school. Went to college, she had it all paid for. Basically, she's just talking from an extraordinarily privileged point of view that doesn't understand how anything works in the actual world. But yeah, so here's my question. Her oldest is, what, 4 or 5 years old? And her youngest, she's having a kid in 2025. Maybe she already had it or she's just pregnant, but she's early in pregnancy. I don't know. I don't really like talking about this kind of stuff because I feel like this isn't any of my fucking business. But all right, Candace, you opened yourself up for this. Let's talk. Why isn't she at home taking care of her 4 or 5 year old child? I mean, if that's the most fulfilling, joyful thing she can do, raising that child, why is she substituting it? Why is she doing the inefficient and less joyful, less fulfilling thing of talking to some people for a Jubilee video? More importantly, let's also do this. I know she's not away for too long, but she is still doing talks and doing all this stuff. This is taking time away from her raising her child, especially at such a young age. Like, that's the oldest is like 4 or 5 years old, right? Because she had it in like 2021. So it's like 4 years old, right? 3, 4 years old. That's a very young child. And then she has because she had basically a child every single year after that, or near 2. She has a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and now she's going to be having a newborn baby soon. Why isn't she there taking care of her 2-year-old? Oh, she only went away for a day or 2. Okay, but then why? If I have access to heaven, the ultimate joy, the most joy and fulfillment I can have as a human being, then why would I go down to Arby's? If I'm at the banquet of heaven's kitchen and I enjoy all the wonders, why would I come down to eat at Arby's? I don't hate Arby's, but I don't love Arby's either, and why would I? Is she quiverful? I don't recognize that word, quiverful. The hell is quiverful? Quiverful is a Christian religious movement primarily in the United States. I believe large families are blessing from... Oh, yeah. Probably... I don't know if she's 100% in that, but traditional Judeo-Christian kind of values typically emphasize some degree, especially when it comes to gender and women. Typically, the traditional conservative values tend to emphasize family creation, and again, breeding, to use a less positive word. So probably something like that. I know she's made more than a few comments that are really charged when it comes to who should and should not have children and shit like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if she's 100, but it's probably aligning enough with it that she's probably, I wouldn't call her quiverful, but it's close enough. It's that standard, again, just kind of biological essentialist kind of moralization to where the only true morality or true aspect of a person is their biological actions. In this case, the only biological action they give a shit about is, again, women having children. But again, I'm going to be an asshole here. Why aren't you experiencing the joy and fulfillment of raising that child? Unless there's something else that could be near as valuable as doing that, like her career, proselytizing her ideology, giving the good word of the good book. Something else must be of value for you to be doing this. Not to be very Jordan Peterson, hierarchy of values, and Kermit the Frog here. But yeah, the sacrifice to the cause. But then the cause is important, and the sacrifice has value, because if the sacrifice didn't have value, you wouldn't sacrifice it for the cause. You wouldn't give the sacrifice to the cause because it doesn't have value. So clearly, there's something of value here, Candace, that is more important than your children in this moment. If I'm going to be shitty, I'm going to be real shitty.
Children.
You don't think it's natural for women to get to decide what they want to do with their lives?
I do not think that saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most fulfillment from having a family.
Because
I hate that. Well, I'm not taking the choice away. I'm just going to demonize every other choice that I say is not as fulfilling as the one I want you to make. That's not really freedom. That's like saying you have a choice to go through door A or door B, but if you walk towards door B and indicate, oh, I plan on going through door B, I beat and whip you and shame you. Ah, well, I'm giving them the choice, yeah, but you're giving me the choice under threat of a lot of crap. Anyway, let's continue on. I don't want to waste too much time here.
it's natural.
It's natural, but also children are wonderful and beautiful and spiritually divine creatures. I mean, they're amazing. There's everything about having a child. Yes, it's a lot of work. It's beautiful.
I hear that. Well,
Yeah.
okay, what if there's a little girl born and it's her dream her entire life to be an author or to be, on TV or any of these things, and having children is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. So how is it better for that, and I understand this is hypothetical, but that hypothetical little girl to have children than to pursue these things that would make her happy as she gets older.
I just think that what if she publishes the book and she has a child, she would agree with me that the child was more fulfilling and made her happy.
But you're dodging the problem there, because ultimately, again, this argument goes back down to, why would I even allow or create the opportunities for the child to go publish the book if I know that at the end, if she published the book and has children, that she would have valued the children, said the children was more important than me doing any of this book and blah, blah, blah. If that's true, then why even give the option to choose in the first place? And you say, well, I'm going to give them the option, but you don't. You give them the option to choose door B, but then you whip and sling insults and hurl all kinds of insults. Even if ultimately they do go through both door B and A, you still, until they go through door A, you still will give them shit. And again, especially if they don't go through door A eventually, you still will continue. Like, this is just, it doesn't even answer the question. And sadly, again, he's letting her kind of guide the conversation here. And the problem is that her shit's just empty. You kind of need to be more attacking on this thing.
That's what I'm happier than
that's
the
all
book
right.
did, is what I'm saying. And I say this as a published author of a New York Times.
Yeah, but you were allowed to be a published author. You're now judging every other, again, the 18-year-old who's on TikTok, who's doing their publishing. You're looking at him going, oh, look at these whores. Not living according to these good values. They should be out there trying to get a man, it's like this. I'm sorry, you got to do all the shit you chose and wanted to do, including being an author and publishing and doing your career and continuing your career right now. And now they can't do it. More importantly, you were able to do and have both of these things because you lived in such incredible privilege, Candace Owens. What about the person who lives in poverty, who doesn't have the financial ability to do both at the same time, or do both, period? Oh, well, they didn't choose the perfectly optimal choice. Okay, so if you value their choice, then it doesn't matter that they didn't choose the optimal choice and they chose to have a career instead of having a child. It shouldn't matter. Again, you can't really think deeply about what Candace Owens says because it is the most shallowly constructed ideas you can ever imagine.
I would choose my children over my best-selling book.
But would you choose to never have done the book ever? Would you have chosen to never, ever have any of this? Ever. And only the children. Maybe you would, but here's the thing. You wouldn't be who you are and the mother you are if you didn't do these other things. If you didn't have these experiences that were afforded to you by not immediately doing your biological duty, but instead you went on a self-exploring journey. You were able to go to college. You were able to do all these things that you will deny others.
And I was that little girl who had a dream that, like, oh, it would be really great if I could.
And you got to live it and continue to live it.
Share my thoughts and ideas in a book. But it is utter insanity for me to reflect on that and say that I would have rather published Blackout than to have my 3 children.
But why is it?
But you don't have to choose. That's the problem. You don't have to choose. Many people do have to choose. This is such a privileged perspective that she just doesn't understand how insanely privileged she is, because she actually lacks such a degree of empathy and understanding about other people's positions. She doesn't realize that this just doesn't, it might not exist for other people. The reason why it's so easy for you to say, oh, I would absolutely have given up my career for my kids, because you would never have, there's no reality where this had to happen or this was a possibility. It's always easy to say, oh, yes, well, of course I would, throw my life down to save another person's. Oh, but like, are you actually like a fireman? Are you a police officer? Are you somebody who might actually realistically have to do that? No. Well, then I'm sorry, like, your comment ultimately, it's not completely valueless, but it is somewhat silly. It's again, it's the billionaire telling the working class, I worked myself super hard every day. I studied hard. I had these internships, and if you do that too, you'll be a billionaire just like me. And the only reason you're not a billionaire is because you didn't work hard enough. It's just like this is horse shit. You're a billionaire because your parents were millionaires. And you're looking at your position and you imagine how you got there, and you're working off of this horrible assumption, this horrible understanding of how you actually exist in this world.
Rather, you see what I'm saying?
It's not rather. I'm just saying
Well, that's
that
your claim.
That's
your claim is that it's better.
It will be more fulfilled.
Right.
Yes.
So rather.
Well, if it's an either or, if you're saying it's an either or, I'm just saying that if these two things have happened in your life, the thing that will bring you more spiritual fulfillment will be children.
And this is also painfully fucking stupid. So again, whatever truth there is here, basically she's just saying, if you've published a book and have children, you will value the children more than the book. Okay, congratulations. Yes, human beings will value human life more than an inanimate fucking object. Well, you'll value the experiences of it. Maybe, but at the same time, like, again, that's not what's happening. They're not valuing the experiences. They're valuing the existence and the people. Like, whatever truth there is here, it's such a dumb truth. It's not really usable for her argument against feminism in any degree. Notice we haven't even talked about feminism at all, really. But so what? Again, this goes back to my original claim. Was having a career supposed to be in competition with fulfillment as raising a children? Do you know what? Here's the thing. Going to college, getting a high school, getting a higher degree education is more fulfilling and more intellectually important than working at McDonald's or just working a 9-to-5 job. I mean, that's true, but was working the 9-to-5 job supposed to be in competition intellectually and intellectual fulfillment? It provides some degree of fulfillment and intellectualism, and you learn lessons while working a 9-to-5 blue-collar job, but that doesn't mean that you learn all kinds of shit. Like, why are we comparing these two? And the only reason we would compare them is because you can't choose. You have to choose one or the other. Which would mean, again, that's not the situation you seem to be speaking from.
And so women who are neglecting that, who are neglecting the pathway.
Neglecting it. Again, you're now implying that there's an obligation. So, again, no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. Are they obliged to do so? Otherwise, they're not neglecting anything. You might say they're neglecting an aspect of their existence, but I wouldn't call that negligence or neglecting. That would just simply be like, I choosing not to do that. Am I in negligence or neglecting my ability to rock climb by not rock climbing? I suppose, but that's on the surface a rather silly thing to talk about.
To strive toward family because they think their career is going to hug them at night, or they think that when they're on their deathbed, their career is going to come up next to them and say, you were so great to me.
I'm just going to ignore that. That's really dumb too.
I think that they've stepped into a delusion, and I'm hopeful that they wake up from it bbefore it's too late.
All right, pause.
Again, it's just it's hard to engage with this because it really is just dumb as shit. It really is just really painfully fucking stupid. That she's trying to compare things that just, one, aren't comparable, that shouldn't be compared, that no one would ever want to compare. And then half the time, nobody here is ever saying these are comparable. You're the one who's trying to compare these things. Shit.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Ugh.
Hi.
Fancy Boots
to
got
meet
it.
you.
Let's look at her fancy boots. Got some fancy boots on. All right, so let's see what Fancy Boots has to say.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so currently, women make up about 47% of the workforce. If this were the case and that women were just inherently unhappy or unfulfilled working and would just prefer to be at home, why don't they?
Because
Also, let's go back to the statistics. She's talking about how back in the 50s, women were more fulfilled because, you know, they were doing their biological necessity of raising children. They were 30% of the workforce back in the 50s. And here's the funny thing. Even, you know, like they always, here's the problem with history is, and how many views, vids of hers like this get? Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, we could talk about, you know, this video itself has gotten 2.6 million views so far, and it's only been out for like a couple days. So she's going to be making bank off of this. She makes bank off her career. But here's something to think about. A big myth that people have, primarily because it's talked about a bit in regards with like World War II study, which is mostly what everyone kind of remembers. They remember how women entered the workforce to make up for men being overseas. And then you have the Rosie the Riveter thing. And all people ever think about is in Hollywood memes and narrative story myth bullshit. All right. So here's the thing that we need to remember. Women weren't entering in the workforce in response to the 1945 and, you know, like the World War II. And that was just a radical thing. What they were doing is they were entering into men workforce positions, because the dirty secret that all of these old school, we need to go back to the 50s, back before feminism destroyed everything. Oh my God. Is that the majority of women were working prior to 45 and 44 and World War II. The majority of people were working. The idea of the homemaker, and even then, like, maybe I'm being a little bit too much with the majority, but a huge percentage of women, at least 30% right here. That's a significant percentage, not the majority, but significant. But here's the thing to think about. One, women, you want women not in the workplace? Raise wages so that you can have a single income family home. But even this single income family home, there's 30% in the workplace. Why? Because even back then, in this idyllic thing, poor people still exist. And you still need money. And you can't make enough for one income to have the household. They only ever think about middle class and middle upper class, which is kind of an invention of post World War II. Prior to World War II, there wasn't really a middle class. There was a blue collar working class, to where most people, yes, it was a single family income home and it kind of worked, but it was also working poor. Like, as long as the guy worked his 50, 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week job, yes, the single family existed and was stable. But if he stopped working, if he was injured, all of a sudden we stop counting them as a statistic and we ignore what happens to them because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because what happens to them is they become poor, destitute. Like, this framework here, again, 30% in the workforce because they are the poor. They're the blue collar, in 1950, they're the blue collar families where the mom and the dad had jobs. Or the mom has the job and is trying to work it because the husband died in World War II. And she can't survive off of the benefits she gets as a widow. So she's working. So that makes up a good chunk of that 30%. But then think about this. Even of the remaining 70, the majority of that is still wholly dependent on one income. And it does pay. The middle class is working. But they are far more financially insecure than we would like to imagine, than we imagine with that scenario. And beyond that, again, the women aren't working. How we're defining work is going to be an interesting thing right here. But again, this is just, it doesn't match on to reality. None of what she says ever matches on to actual reality. And this woman is bringing up quite nicely is, again, women were in the workforce, 47%. But the statistic here, the interesting part is that they've always been there. It's just whenever we look in the past, we only look at basically the economic equivalent of the stable middle upper class to the rich and the wealthy. We don't actually look at what life was like for like 50 to 60, 70% of the population. We only look at the parts that are actually, that get Hollywoodized. So again, this idea of, we'll just go back to this, like, yeah, that works for you, Candace, because if you were born in 1950, same economic situation, you would be fine because you have a rich daddy, rich mom, you're going to, like, again, it doesn't change. Of course you're fine with going back in time because or you just, you don't even know, but you just assume that you will be the same aristocracy that you are today. Of course it works. Anyway, let's go on with this person's point. Let's see what she brings up.
The workforce. If this were the case and that women were just inherently unhappy or unfulfilled working and would just prefer to be at home, why don't they?
Because we've made that due to prior feminist waves nearly impossible, because now, which I believe that the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce was because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice. And so this goes back to what I was saying, is that
let's read the little fact here. There are a number of reasons more women enter the workforce. The Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978, access to birth control, recognition of sexual harassment in the workplace, and the ability of women to apply for a line of credit without a male cosigner starting in 1974. Yeah. There's a whole lot of reasons why. Again, conspiracy theory-brained Candace is touching upon, yes, capitalism being bad and influence this, and then somehow saying that feminism is bad because it worked in tandem with capitalism, but you don't want to say capitalism bad because you're scared of scaring off your right-wing friends and supporters, and you're too stupid to realize it's capitalism.
because now, which I believe that the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce was because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice. And so this goes back to what I was saying, is that there's a lot of financial pressure that is being exerted on young women to enter the workforce, and they do.
How does this have anything to do with feminism? Again, we can go back to my older example. You're locked in a basement in a cell in the dark, tiny cramped little room, and you're chained up there. That sucks. Somebody comes and frees you, and you walk outside. The problem is that the person who freed you, they freed you, but outside of this hole that you were locked in is a concentration camp. You have more freedom to move about, but it's still a prison. And then kind of saying, well, when you freed this person, it didn't automatically make them super happy and free. So it's like, well, that's not necessarily, it's not like the act of freeing them from the basement was bad. It's just the larger society made it so that it didn't have as much positive impact as it could have had because of this. You're ignoring that, Candace, because that's just what you do.
So blindly under this illusion that somehow entering the workforce is going to make you more fulfilled, like getting yourself into.
Why are men working? Like, again, why would I have to work? If work is not fulfilling and the only thing that's truly fulfilling is making babies, then why am I entering into the workforce? Why aren't you encouraging a society to where the government pays for all my meals and all my stuff, and the only thing I do is the true act of joy and fulfillment that a person can have is raising children? Why does this only go for the women? Why can't I benefit from this? Why can't I benefit from the joy and fulfillment of raising a child? Oh, it's different because women biological blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sure, or whatever.
6 figures of debt going to college to then.
Again, she hates college, by the way. She talks about 6 figures of debt, even though I'm pretty sure she didn't have any debt when she left. And again, that 6 figures of debt is on the extreme end. And again, it's just like this, okay, so you want free college? Like, none of this stuff has anything intrinsically wrong with pursuing college. It has more to do with society punishing you for doing these things by incurring debt on you. At least partial paternity leave. Yeah, no, that doesn't exist for her.
And take on a career and be in debt and having to pay student loans while you make $35K is going.
It's just so myopic. Like, okay, no, you can't do anything but this biological essentialist aspect. Science and technology, philosophy, even religious studies, reading, writing, math, all of these things are utterly nonsensical and non-worthy of pursuit because they don't give you the joy and fulfillment of raising a child. It's just so myopically ugly. And again, she would say, well, I'm not saying that. It's just like, but yes, you are saying that. Because again, you're saying going to college is bad because it gives you debt and that forces you to have to work. Okay. But is going to college bad or is the debt bad? The debt's bad. So if the debt is bad, get rid of the debt and I could still go to the college. How often does she talk about how college has gotten expensive over the last 50 years? Again, this is a new kick from Candace, from my memory, because she didn't actually hate college like 10, 15 years ago when she was doing her career a bit more or differently. She's gotten way more anti-intellectual, anti-college because that's kind of the way the conservative Republican MAGA crowd has been going. So this is a new part of her grift. But yeah, it's just none of her shit actually works. Like her prescriptions, if you were to take some of her descriptions and prescriptions about life, and if you were to try to turn them into like functional societal rules, regulations, and or like a system that works, that does stuff, or a life to live by according to these rules, none of it actually works. Or if it does work, it works in producing, again, the exact same kind of oppression, limitation, and kind of myopic life that I've been criticizing her about and that others have been trying to criticize her about, that she says, no, you could still get education, you can still read and write, but it's like, well, why? Why would I do any of those things if the only thing that is worthwhile and joyful and fulfilling is raising children? If it's a hierarchy, then okay, then none of what you're saying is at all worthwhile. And again, the sexual revolution and feminism has done nothing because feminism hasn't stopped women from having babies. Feminism does not seek to biologically change women so that they can never have children. What feminism did is that said that these other values, that on the hierarchy of values, if I'm going to do a Jordan Peterson hierarchy of values kind of sentiment, the truest value of joy and fulfillment at the bottom, the true foundation, is having a child for a woman. But then, like, getting an education, a job. Those are like second, third order, fourth order values, right? Feminism was all about freeing women so they can have their second, third, fourth order values, and maybe questioning whether or not they needed to have a major one. But you don't have to take this stance, Candace. You can just say capitalism is kind of bad and we should make it free so that, like education and certain things, we should have more of these things supported so that women and men, either we support it by paying men more and paying women more, so that they don't have to work as much. They don't have to dedicate so much of their life to their career for their career to be significant and meaningful, so that they have time to raise children and want to raise children in a economically stable environment. That's not what you advocate for, Candace. What you do is feminism bad because your primary audience is a bunch of incel fucking MAGA dipshits who hate feminism. It's an old theme, though, more prominent now, though, for sure. Yeah, the intellectual theme. Yeah. No, she's always had that. It's always, I'm not it's always anti-intellectual in design, but I think her older, like when she was first starting out, her older thing was kind of just more of a general anti-establishment. I'm the radical black woman who is more conservative. I'm special in that way. She loved playing that kind of card of, to make her seem special and unique and interesting. Yeah. But no, she's gotten way more kind of radical and way more kind of weird. She's also a moon landing denier. That's how far she's gone. She's a moon landing conspiracy theorist. And I think she's actually working her way towards being a flat earther. But she is she's said that this is one thing that she believes wholeheartedly and she will never be moved on, is that the moon landings were faked. Was she always? I don't know if she always was, but that's the newest thing that she's admitted to. I think she might have always been, but she was maybe a bit more embarrassed to talk about it because 10, 15 years ago, I think even conservatives would have looked at moon landing faker, conspiracy theorists and flat earthers as being stupid. But they've devolved and become so anti-everything, anti-intellectual, anti-establishment, that they're becoming more okay and more positively orientated towards like flat earth conspiracies, moon landing conspiracy theorists, that I think if she's always had it, she's now feeling more open to agree with it because of that shift, or she herself just became infected by this insanity and now she's so anti-establishment that she thinks the moon landings are faked. Like 100%, unironically, she thinks the moon landing were faked. So that's the degree of delusion we're dealing with.
To make you happier, and I'm saying that isn't actually true.
Okay, so I hear that.
Yeah.
At the same time, would you not agree that that women can both have a career and have children? I mean, you are actively doing that right now.
And I want to be very clear because I am actively doing it right now. I would be someone that you would call an exception because I get to work from home.
You're an exception, and the reason she doesn't want to point too much about this, because I can work from home, I can do this, because I have let's see where she goes with this. I'm not going to anticipate it. Let's see.
I get to wake up in the morning. I don't have a boss, right? I don't have to go into the office from 9 to 5. I get to.
So basically what she's saying is that because I am rich and privileged, I can do this. Okay. So why don't we change the dynamics to where you don't have to be rich and privileged to do this? It's weird that, again, these conservative talking heads have gotten weirdly, not quite Marxist, but weirdly, they're not class conscious, because I don't think they have an awareness to be actually conscious of their class, but because there's been so much anti-rich sentiment amongst the kind of working class, and especially amongst the working class conservatives, they've kind of had to adopt a bit of an somewhat capitalist critical perspective but they don't really want to look at it too deeply. What she doesn't want to acknowledge is that the reason she's able to do this is because she grew up rich and was so privileged she was able to do the impossible. So now the question is, okay, but you're saying intrinsically there's a conflict between career and raising children, or at least you keep saying that or wanting to imply that it's only not a conflict for the exceptions. The exception has nothing to do with your particular career or the particular way you raise children. It's a third element of your privilege made it so that the career and the raising children didn't conflict. So then why don't we focus on the third thing, Candace? Oh, that would mean that we would start looking at more socialist programs, and you hate those.
Then therefore spend the entire morning with my children.
So you're an exception, and the 47% of women that make up our labor force are also an exception?
No, the exact opposite. So I'm trying to make it more realistic, because I think it's really bad form when people who are able to stay at home, right, and are able to start working at, 1:00 p.m. as I do after being around their children, the children are running around all day, will then preach to you that every woman can have this.
Yeah, I dislike that TikTok kind of the sentiment feminism, that kind of empowerment. Anyone can do this. But that, again, that's not feminism necessarily a problem, and that's not some gendered thing. That's a class problem. That's an economic thing. And you just take the problem is that you then go and believe that this is somehow an essential thing. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Oh, no problem. Thank you for the chatting. Thank you for stopping by. I probably will be ending the stream here in a little bit, and we'll pick up this video tomorrow, because we're not going to be able to finish it today. But thank you all for the comments. We'll continue on with this for a little bit and continue with old Candace Owens. Good Lord.
That's not the reality. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of people are stuck behind a desk all day, and they're not happy. They're not doing work that gratifies them at all.
But that includes men. So why aren't you advocating for a socialist universal income that allows people to emphasize and prioritize the raising of children and the creation of children and the social and sexual relationships that are required to really raise children, including marriage? Why aren't you encouraging that when the primary stressor seems to be economic and material? Why focus on a downstream effect when you can go upstream and look at the source of the problem? Why not indeed?
And at the same time, they're suspending.
Well, that's just what career you've chosen. But I think that the issue
most
with
people work a 9 to 5. I think that's
okay.
reality,
Yes, but
right?
if it's the job that is making them unhappy, then maybe they should have chosen a different career path and not the structure of the career itself. But my issue with this is that not only is it claiming that women can't both be mothers and have jobs, which we know to be true because millions of women do that. My mother does that. You are actively doing it right now. But it also is qualifying what every single woman in this country wants without any clear evidence. I mean, there's 169 million women in this country. How can you say that you know exactly what every woman secretly wants? Are you asking them?
That wasn't my claim that I secretly know what every single woman wants.
You are making that claim because you're saying that there is no career that will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. You are making a descriptive and prescriptive statement about womanhood and the nature of being a female individual, period. You're saying that the highest form of joy and fulfillment that a biological woman, that a person, that this kind of person can have is raising children. You are prescribing that this is not just a hierarchy, but you are making an essentialist claim about all people. You didn't say no career will give a career-orientated women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. So you're looking at career women who are really focused on careers and women who are like obsessed with that, who believe that a career is more fulfilling than children, and you're saying a career for those people is not as evidenced by my personal experiences. You didn't say that, you said women, and your entire argument is about large social structures and women in the workforce, women in general, feminism, all of that. You are saying that, Candace. You're just too stupid and bad faith to realize it.
I'm saying that if you measure up at the end of your life, what brought you more fulfillment, your career.
Whose life? Again, and then she is making a general statement. Like, again, let's go back to what the woman said and then listen to her answer and realize her answer is ridiculously stupid.
Million women in this country over. How can you say that you know exactly what every woman secretly wants? Are you asking them?
That wasn't my claim that I secretly know what every single woman wants. I'm saying that if you measure up at the end of your life, what brought you more fulfillment, your career or a children, raising children in your family, we will discover that. And
again, notice again, she says, I'm not saying that I know what every woman secretly, again, she mixes up the secretly there, but doesn't matter. I'm not saying that I know what every single woman secretly wants. I'm just saying that at the end of your life, when you're on your deathbed, you will value the children raising more than you would have the career. Notice how she's making a very large general statement. She's saying, I'm not making a general statement about knowing what every woman feels. I'm just saying that every single woman will regret this. Or will value the children more than the career. She's so painfully obtuse and bad faith. Again, this is where being so bad faith is indistinguishable from stupidity. The only reason it isn't immediately obvious how dumb this is because, again, she speaks with confidence, clearly, and she speaks with some degree of, like, impassioned conviction, which is mostly just false and bullshit. But that's the thing. That's just the truth of this matter. Hopefully the stream didn't get kind of too bad on the YouTube end. I'm trying to monitor both. But it's kind of hard to kind of see. This is the first time I've been multi-streaming, but we'll see how it works. Anyway. Yeah, but again, you're just supposed to respond to her feeling and like the sense of her words, like the feeling of the words, like a warm blanket as it hits you. You're not really supposed to pay attention to the threads. You're not really supposed to be paying attention whether this is actually a blanket or just a big old pile of warm shit. You're supposed to close your eyes and not pay attention. Close all your senses, all your knowledge intake, intellectual, avenues. Just close them all off, all the senses of your mind, logic, everything, and just focus on the sensation of her self-righteousness. And yes, that's why she's right. Again, what she's saying is just self-evidently contradictory. Then we have a little additional here, a little fact check. According to the top 5 regrets of the dying by Bronnie Ware, too much work is the number 2 regret behind not living a life truer to yourself. Notice how children isn't there? She might say, well, having children is being truer to yourself, but that's not, people are saying truer to yourself. Maybe that's having a job that they actually liked, spending more time with family, making a family. There's a lot of things included in there. Yes, working too much sucks. Nobody wants to do that, but that's not anything to do with feminism necessarily. That is, again, a class problem. You're not offering solutions to the class problem. You're just saying, let's just have everything suck, and then we'll live our lives according to how much it sucks. Kind of, but even then it's nonsensical.
there actually have been studies, people that have gone to people on their deathbeds, and the number one regret that people have was that they gave too much to their careers. And this includes men, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's
Too
true.
much.
I mean, of course,
So
human
then-
relation is going to be valued over money and profit.
So then
but
you
at
don't
the same
disagree
time,
with,
what
you
does
don't
that
disagree
even?
with my arguments
I do
at all.
disagree with
You're
your
agreeing with
argument.
my
Yes,
argument.
humans prefer humans over a job, but that's not just singular to women. That's everyone. And my question is, what does that even have to, like,
Right.
what is the goal of that? Should every woman quit working and just have a child?
Well, I'm just trying to warn you that if you
I'm just trying to warn you that if you prioritize the career over this, you'll regret it. Well, again, you want this conclusion, but you don't want to. She wants the results of this, but she doesn't want to be perceived as the one who's advocating for the process that leads to the results. Because again, she's bad faith. She doesn't want to engage with this. Again, she just wants to stay in this very vague kind of statement area.
decide to suspend that pursuit of family because you think that you have to first climb the ladder, a lot of women.
But they do have to. Oh, well, no, you don't. You just have to find yourself a rich man. Why can't you just find yourself a rich sugar daddy like I did? Why can't you just be born rich? Well, I wasn't. Well, then you don't get to do any of these things because you weren't born of the special chosen people like I was. My privilege clearly indicates, and there's nothing that we can do to change privilege, nothing at all. There's nothing we can do in society that would ever change or affect any of these things. So we just have to exist in the reality, the biological reality that this is. Even though it's not, you critique capitalism, but then assume that capitalism cannot change at all. Again, look at it. Look at her argument. Start diagramming this out, if you will. Notice how, again, she'll bring up these things in one sentence, but then forget about them the next. It's crap.
And make that mistake, and they don't end up finding a
But
partner.
that's their right. It's free will.
You
We
would
live in a
definitely
free
have a right to
country.
make
You
a
don't get to say
mistake.
what people should and shouldn't do.
I don't think my claim is this is what people should or should not do.
Yeah, but it is. Like, yeah, that's not what your claim is. But your claim is on the surface stupid if we take it as sincere, because nobody was ever saying the career is as valuable as children. But you have an assumption prescription in there that you keep trying to sell.
I'm just simply stating that my claim is that you will be more fulfilled if you focus on
But you don't
trying
get to decide
build
what
a
other
family.
people are fulfilled by.
Okay, I'm making my claim here that women are infinitely more fulfilled in the household and raising children than they are taking that 9-to-5 job.
But you have no evidence of that. In fact, you are evidence against your own claim.
I'm not evidence against my own claim.
You are.
I'm saying
You're
that
here at work right now.
I've literally said I am telling you women cannot have it all. That is an illusion, and that is an
And again, this is that kind of down home, common sense, can't have everything. Everything, anything but who's advocating for change or the system's bad, you just can't have everything. Gotta make hard choices. This is the way it is. The way, it is what it is. Life can't be changed. Can't do any of this. But again, isn't that the same kind of privileged perspective that you are criticizing from the feminists who are on TikTok, who are saying, you can have it all? Isn't that just as privileged? Like, nothing can change. We can't make things better or worse. It's just the way it is, the way it is. Like, the only people who say that are the people who are completely happy with the way things are, the way they are. It is what it is. I'm happy with my existence. Okay. So, would you be happy if you didn't have your career, Candace, at all? If you were right now in a household or working poor with your children, you might be somewhat happy, but if you had a choice, would I choose to have the career and the children or just the children? You would say, I want the career and the children. You might say, well, would I want the career but not the children? You might not make that choice. You're right. But again, the thing that determines or governs whether or not you had the career is the economic factors. The raising the children, you always have that biological reality. Nobody's questioning that. Nobody's even taking that away. That isn't affected at all by feminism or anything that's else you're railing against.
An illusion that is stressing women out, and I think it is the reason why so many women are.
Women are stressed out because, not because they're trying to find the career necessarily. They're stressed out because they can't just rely on a sugar daddy, because I'm sorry, there just aren't enough to go around. We're a dying breed. I am not a sugar daddy, but I am looking for a sugar mama. I am a poor, destitute individual for the most part. But again, like, for the vast majority of people, again, for the vast majority of history, everybody has to work. Men and women. Husband and wife. The reason they're trying to find the career is because the economic problems. And you're just saying, just submit yourself to the reality and the waves and the injustice of everything, because capitalism, none of this can change. But so just make the best of it by focusing on only the thing that is valuable, children. Everything else, just continue to pop out children, you poor labor class individuals. So that capitalism will have an endless supply of labor, cheap labor. Just keep popping out kids, and I'll keep moralizing to you how it's actually super awesome and fulfilling, and it is. But I'll conveniently ignore and tell you that it's impossible to have anything more, even though the fact is there is the ability to have more. You're an example of this. But instead of trying to make people to raise women up so that more women can come out like you or near to like you, maybe they won't be as successful and rich as you, but they can have a career that's fun and fulfilling as an individual and also children. Instead of doing that, you're just kind of telling everybody, find meaning in your suffering.
Turning to popping pills, why there's been such a significant, more than 1,000% increase
But
since
men can have it all.
Her exact claim can't be verified, but in general, women use antidepressants at twice the rate of men. Again, I hate this fact check because, again, don't try to give her validation. She's popping more pills, whatever. Again, her statement is not about the pill popping. Her statement is that feminism and the economy and all this has made women pop more pills than men. The fact that women take more antidepressants at twice the rate of men doesn't mean that they're popping more pills than they were in the past. This is a bad fact check. Don't do this. You are trying to give validity to a really dumb goddamn comment that she's made repeatedly, that when you finally do to try to fact check her, honestly, like, look, there is no, like, and honestly, you probably find studies that would show this. There is, at the very least, there's nothing to back up her claim that women are popping more pills today than they were in previous generations. That's it.
Men can be fathers and have a job, but women can't do that?
I don't think you can have it all.
It sounds like you're devaluing women. I think that women can do everything.
Yeah, you are actually devaluing women. You're saying that women can't have a job and children, but men can have a job and children. Unless you say, again, the biological essential reality of women naturally devalues them.
It sounds like women
and men have done this historically throughout time and memoriam.
I think women is our debate topic today. So
no, you say that like you're like somehow making a comment, but again, it's not at all outside the bounds of this conversation to talk about, okay, so men can have a career, women shouldn't, because men can have it all, but women can't. Why can't women have it all?
But I mean, women exist in a society with men. We are comparing
women are trying to be both women and men, and that is why women are unhappy today, is because actually what's quite ironic about the feminist movement.
Women are trying to be women and men. Again, notice this weird essentialism, like men are for work, women are for raising children. And that's it. And again, that just appeals to this very shallow understanding of existence, because every conservative is going to go, oh yeah, that's true. Okay, but your mom worked. Well, no, she didn't. Okay, what did your dad do? Well, he was a farmer. He worked a lot. Did your mom work on the farm? Well, yeah, but not to the extent of my pa. Yeah, but because she was raising you guys, right? Yeah, but she still worked like a lot, right? Yeah, right. Did she do anything else? Well, I mean, she like cooked and she cleaned and she did. That's all work. No, that's not work. That's like housework. That's not really work. Okay, when your daddy, was he building the porch or fixing the plumbing? Did you consider that to some degree work? Oh, no, but like, yeah, no, I don't know. You're making me think hard about stuff. It's just natural how things work out. Don't make me think. I hate Candace Owens. I hate her a lot. I hate her ideology. I hate the way she presents the world. I hate her stupidity, and I hate people interacting with her. You shouldn't interact with her. Just throw rotten vegetables at her. We used to do that.
Is that
I think women are just trying to be people.
I think women have been taught that being a woman is not enough and that you have to also aspire to be a man.
Again, being a woman is not enough. Again, it just ignores, you do realize the vast majority of women, for the vast majority of existence, have worked and raised children. Both, not just housework, which itself is work to a certain degree, it's just subsidized work or paid by the male wage, or it's not paid at all for the most part. And just you end up in households that are genuinely one paycheck away from complete and total destitution. But you say, oh, it's stable. You know, you got the single family income. That's because things were kind of cheap. But ultimately, they still were about a paycheck or two away from complete and total homeless destitution. So that's the society you want to have. Women who don't work and men who have to work every single day, can't take breaks, can't do anything, because if they slip up for one thing, they get injured for a week, they lose their job because of job cuts or whatever cutbacks at work. They're just instantly destroyed and just ground up. So much for all the value and joy and fulfillment of those children. What do you think happens to those children? It's a vile ideology when you actually look at it.
And that's the irony. It's like a psychological conditioning. What feminists went out and did and said is that in order for women to have value, women need to be like men. And I'm saying
Candace,
that
so
actually women and men are biologically different. There are differences in our behavior. There are differences in our desires. And I think evidence of the feminist movement, by the way.
Don't be polite. She's just rambling about shit. She's trying to ramble on her talk, but again, don't let her talk. This is actually what destroyed Peterson, is because Peterson, he was allowed to talk to say his point, but then the others jumped in and made sure, no, we're going to deal with each point, each step as you walk along here, because you don't get to do this gish gallop, rambling on, telling your story, your narrative. You actually have to just put out your philosophy, your thesis, your premises, your argument, your conclusion, the logic of it, the pure math, if you want to think of it that way. You don't get to color in around it to make it look flowery or interesting. Don't let her narrate. Get her point, get her thesis, her argument, her example. That's it. The section she starts narrating, jump in on her hard. You do not let these types start narrating.
Shows us that, because even when women enter into the college education space, the pathways of career that we choose are different from men, because we're
different from men. Again, none of this really ultimately proves her argument. She's just trying to say men and women are different, ergo women belong in the kitchen and in the house raising. There's just because we're different, there's a huge step between a thing being different and that conclusion. Because that's where she leads. That's where her conclusion goes. They let her talk too much.
Okay, so let's say that this is true, that women truly are more fulfilled at home. Now, the average cost of raising a child a year is around $21,000 or more. So my issue is, are you saying that women should just suddenly stop working and now the onus is entirely on men? Like the society that...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we actually getting to the realities of raising a child being expensive as all hell? Again, $29,000 per year to raise a child? Most of the estimates put it at around $20K or more. So now you have a household to where, okay, guy making his wage, how much does it cost for a single person just to keep them in existence? Let's just say it costs, say, for an adult person, let's just say, we'll just take this down. Let's take it down to $15K for a kid because you're poor and you're skipping out on giving them some stuff. Let's say $15K a year. Even if we put it at $10K a year, it's still going to be a problem because let's say an adult person is $15K. That's unlikely because he has to get rent and all that stuff. So it's $15K. Let's say it's $20,000. $20,000 to pay rent, food, water, basic necessities. You don't get health insurance with that. You don't get a lot of stuff with that. All right. You then add another person, the woman. But she doesn't pay rent and she doesn't, the utilities, all that stuff. It's just food. So let's just add on about, say, $5,000 that. Let's say, well, honestly, most of this stuff is going to be close. I'm not even including close. Let's say $10,000. So it's $20K for the guy, $10,000 for her. And then we're going to put another $15,000 for the kid because kids are expensive because you have to buy clothes frequently. You have to, a lot more than with an adult. And there's medical costs that there are sometimes there, but let's just say it's $15K. So now that guy has to make a minimum with his $20,000 a year for him, the rent and all that. Then we're adding about maybe $10,000 for the mom. And then $10,000 for the kid. Jeez. Well, $15,000 for the kid. He now has to make $45,000 a year minimum. Huge swaths of people, easily good 40-50% of people don't make that at all. And again, that is skim living. That is bare, that is near working poor when you think about it. Take any of your estimations. How much does it cost a year for these kids? For a kid, how much does it cost for me? How much does it cost for my life? And on one income, we're supposed to do that? On that guy? Okay, fine. You want it to be one income. You want this, then I'm sorry, incomes need to go up and prices can't go up with them. So we need some kind of not just increasing of wage and government support, something like that, but we then also need some regulations and price control on products, or we need a more managed economy for that to work. Because if we increase their wages, people are getting increasing prices to a certain degree. We will need the wages to outstrip the cost of prices to a certain degree, or at least match it perfectly 1-to-1, because otherwise they just fall behind and end up more destitute, which is what we've had happen for the past 20-30 years, is with wage devaluation. And only recently, in the past like 10 years or so, has it actually climbed a little bit. But yeah, you're talking about college being expensive. A kid, one kid, if it's $20K, that's basically tuition to an in-state college. That's 2 semesters in-state tuition. Depending on where you're going, it's about, I don't know, depending, like, you know, a state college, not a super fancy one, just standard state stuff. It's probably around $10,000 a year or $10,000 a semester, all in told. Not counting a bunch of other stuff that comes with having to attend college, just the bare necessities of, you know, books, tuition, some supplies. But let's just call it that. So again, having a kid is like going to college for 18 fucking years. One kid. Having 2 kids, now you're going to a much more prestigious, more expensive school. And now it's $20,000 a semester. Because you got 2 kids. And let's just say we have some pass off, we have some slip over there. 2 kids, what, 20, 30 grand a year? We'll call it we'll call it like 25, 30 on top of the mom, who's another 5 or 10. Now we're at 45 plus the dad, who's also, we're including under the dad, the rent, utilities, and all that other shit. And we're not even including, again, health insurance. If we include that, the dad, his chunk has to be 30, 35. Now what? He has to make 70, 80 grand a year? Have a wife, 2 kids, and rent? Not even necessarily like buying or owning a house or paying mortgage, just like rent. Notice how, again, you can't think about Candace Owens' arguments or any of her facts or any of her supporting bullshit, because the second you actually start thinking about it and applying it to the real world, you realize it is stupid.
And now the onus is entirely on men. Like the society that you're...
Notice she's smiles kind of wiped off and she's looking a little less. I don't want to do too much body language here, but notice again, she's not comfortable and she gets more irritated when they actually start nailing her on these specifics.
Pitching is not sustainable economically.
It was,
and I think
it was sustained economically.
It wasn't, because you're ignoring massive poverty rates and massive shit throughout much of history. And then we had, for a brief moment, post-World War II, kind of around World War II, a little bit before, but mostly after, with the creation of the middle class. This was an aberration that was good. It was an interesting development that absolutely could develop it based on, again, our managing of capitalism and using our prosperity that we're getting there through the 50s and 60s and 70s. But by the 80s, this shit was gone. Hell, even kind of by the 70s it was gone. But by the 80s and 90s, this died out. And it died out because, one, many of the factors that we were using to make it so that a single income family house in America could actually work, a lot of it was like we had higher tax rate on the rich. We had greater pensions. We had pensions. We weren't doing this 401k bullshit. We weren't doing this, we'll just put your retirement in the stock market. We were funding it more. We were doing a whole hell of a lot of things more. Like, people just don't understand how much more we were. And again, we also had a massive influx of, again, prosperity from massive production, tons of excess stuff that we could then, because we had such a huge supply, but a pretty large demand, but way larger supply, prices went down, but with some of that is equalized. So all of this stuff like this, oh, well, we did have that. Yeah. But you're ignoring like 80 to 90% of the reason why we had that. And you're trying to limit it down to, oh, well, it's because women entered the workforce because of, feminism and bad stuff like that. No, they entered into the workforce because they had, one, because they shouldn't have been limited there to begin with, but also they went into the workforce because they kind of needed to.
But it's not right
All
now.
right, pause. Naima, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Again, I kind of wish you had hammered it earlier, because, again, that's a point that, again, Candace Owens' only response to this is basically to shove her fingers in her ears and go, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Because it doesn't work. Because it starts really poking holes in her theory. All right, we're going to go ahead and stop the stream right there. We will pick this up next time because this seems like a good enough place to stop. We just got rid of that, got done with that last person. We're doing number 3 at around 31 minutes. We'll try to pick this up and finish it next time. We did take quite a while with it. 5 hours of Candace Owens. God, I need a fucking drink. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.